All right, we are live. Welcome everybody to our August 5th regular board meeting. Thank you for joining us on a Wednesday instead of a Tuesday this month due to many school district issues happenings going on. We're going to meet on Wednesdays just this month. We'll go back to Tuesdays in September. But thank you very much for joining us. And we're going to go ahead and get started with roll call. I am Christine Chu.
Francine Wiest.
Seema, are you online? I know you are not necessarily able to use the camera.
Yes, I was just waiting to hear Erica. I thought she was next. So
no, she's late. She has a work meeting that's running.
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you.
Yep, and Ivan Duran.
And Carolyn Watson, I expect, will join us shortly as well. So we have quorum, and we will go ahead and start with the pledge. Jen, would you be so kind, please, as to lead us?
Sure. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you so much. All right, that brings us then to the approval of the agenda. And I would just like to bring to attention tonight that we will, I believe that item 10 we do need to make a small change to, and that item 10 will be a break, and then it will be followed by an executive session. So we will have a break, we will go into executive session, and then we will come out and adjourn the meeting. Please note that there is no need to stick around for after the executive session. You're totally welcome to. We will meet all the requirements and we will come back and say goodbye at the very end, but we will not take any actions, and we try very hard not to take actions, board actions at that point in time, because it is not very transparent to our community. So we will, so I'm proposing, as long as the board has no exceptions to that, that number 10 will be a break followed by an executive session and then an adjournment. And that may take us to 8:30 as opposed to 8. Any questions or issues about that? Okay, so we will consider the agenda approved and we will move forward with that. It sounds like we have someone whose mic is not muted, so I'm wondering if someone is trying to talk. Is there someone who wanted to weigh in? No? Okay, just wanted to make sure. That brings us then to the consent agenda.
Now.
Oh, great. Welcome, Carolyn. Thank you.
Okay, so you just did the consent agenda.
Nope, we're doing it now.
Okay, good. Thank you.
You have some, so if now's the perfect time. Do you have a question or something you want to pull out from the consent agenda?
No, I don't believe I do. Thank you.
Thanks. Anyone else, Seema or Francine, any questions about the consent agenda this time around?
no.
No questions per se, just a comment that, in looking over our financial reports, we do have some areas in the red, which we usually do not. And that appears to be secondary to some of the issues that we've had with COVID, but should be resolved, and we'll be looking at those further also in committee.
Sorry, can you clarify? I'm not sure I followed that, and I want to make sure everyone followed the comment.
Just when we look over our financial report statement that's in the consent calendar each month, there's usually not areas that are in the red. And so those are some things that are associated with it, like the ASB, athletics, general student body, just for the current month. And so just acknowledging that we've reviewed that, and it's something also that we'll be looking at with the whole budget also in committee.
Thank you, that's helpful. Are there any other comments or questions on the consent agenda? Can I have a motion to approve that, please?
I move to approve the consent agenda.
Can I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Anyone opposed to approving the consent agenda, please speak now. Any board director opposed to approving the consent agenda? Okay, the consent agenda is passed. And that moves us on to the updated annual plan and return to school planning. So what we're going to do in this section is we're going to go through and let the district highlight changes that they've made to the annual plan. We're not being asked to approve it. There's still editing going on. It will come back again next time. And then we'll take just clarifying questions. This is not the time to bring up stuff where you have substantive feedback, just clarifying questions. Then we'll we'll get a good update on the return to school plan, and then we can pull those things together in our discussion, and that way we won't be repeating areas or asking areas out of context and having to revisit them in a different context. So that's the plan. Does that work for everybody? Okay. All right, so then Dr. Duran or?
Yep, I'll kick us off to get this part started. So yeah, thank you. So yeah, I want to just thank board members for the feedback that we have received on the annual plan. We've been working, really hard on this to ensure that we are staying focused on our, vision, mission, goals that we set in our strategic plan, and really putting together, something that's going to allow us to be able to, still continue our work moving forward into next year. I really want to just give a recognition to our team and our staff for all the work that they've done, because in the midst of trying to close out the school year during a time of COVID-19, finishing up the end of year report. We're also in the middle of planning for the fall and creating this document. So there's been a lot of moving parts and really efforts to try to align as much as we can during this time. So we're really grateful for all the work that our team and staff have been working in to provide and get us to where we are right now. So yeah, this is another version of the latest thinking that we've had. Again, appreciative of the feedback that we received, and I look forward to having some discussion about it and how it connects to our opening for return to school plan. So I'll hand it over to Eva Collins now.
Thank you, Dr. Duran, and great to see all of you, Board of Directors. Thank you. Yes, this is our still draft annual plan. Can we please go to page 3? And we will share with you, we're just going to highlight some of the things in the annual plan. We went through it last time, but we'll go back through just a few things. Like Christine said, trying to highlight some of the things based on feedback that have changed. So share that with you. And then also wanted to say that in terms of our development of goals and the plan, we are really in our district shifting from kind of a reactive approach, or where we make adjustments and modifications for students with special needs or students that that we have failed to serve in the past, to more of a proactive approach or a UDL kind of approach, universal design for learning approach, where we're really using those criteria before we develop goals and plans. And I will go ahead and admit that we are not perfect at that. We still have old habits of launching first to solutions and here's what we want to do, or here's a great program, without thinking about the problem necessarily, or thinking proactively about what is the best solution or the best approach, what is the greatest need for our students of greatest need. And so we're shifting that. We are in kind of mid-shift, and that hopefully that will be reflective, at least in some of our goals, that you'll start to hear and see that thought did go into this planning. So with that, we're going to launch and share with you some of the work that we've done on the plan. And we'd like to start with page 4, goal 1A, and Kelly Armaki is going to give just a couple of points about this.
Yeah. Hey, everybody. We're excited about the work around goal 1A. As you know, in our work around sense of belonging, we've been measuring our progress using the Panorama survey. But then with the spring and COVID, we really narrowed our focus because students were saying that in particular, they were struggling with a sense of connection to each other. And so knowing that we're going into somewhat of a similar situation, we really want to focus this work around students connecting with each other, setting up strategies for that, and then measuring that. And so this goal around 1A is about increasing the percent of students reporting feeling connected to peers in elementary, middle, and high school. But what's really great is as we were working on this goal, we wanted the critical criteria to be kind of the driver for the work. And so when we asked the questions from the critical criteria and looking at this goal, who's being served, who's being marginalized, how are we going to measure progress and hold ourselves accountable? It sort of changed the way we look at this goal, because when you look at all students and you look at connectedness, it changes, everything changes, the strategies, how we're going to measure, how we're making progress when you focus on the critical criteria. And so when we looked at the disaggregated data around connectedness, what we saw was our students who are Black in particular were lower in many of the areas around connectedness than the other students were. And when you go back and look at panorama data and you look at sense of belonging, connectedness to teachers, connectedness to students, how do kids of different races treat each other, it's consistently our Black kids who are reporting feeling less sense of connection or belonging in our buildings. And so because of that, we were like, we can't set this goal without centering our African American students. And I think what's amazing about that is when you do that well, it changes the strategies. You can no longer just make your connection strategies generic. You have to really target the needs of the particular group. And so we're excited because we're gonna set strategies that really target and support our African American students. And then we are going to progress monitor. Naomi is kind of leading us in this work around looking at a more equity-driven way of progress monitoring. So in the spring, we did lots of surveys of students to see how they're feeling, but we really want to focus in on like equitable ways of measuring how are our Black kids feeling about sense of belonging and connectedness in our school. And then the last thing I'll say about that is that concept of targeted universalism. We do believe that if we focus on our kids who are the most marginalized and we set up strategies to support them, that we do believe that those strategies become universally impactful for other groups. And so in this goal, you see we're measuring the growth of all kids, but we are making sure that we're held accountable to our subgroup who we are not serving well. So that's a summary of 1A.
Hi, Sharon Cowitz, Executive Director of Teaching and Learning. And as I think you all know, this is a new goal, 1B, around centering on students feeling affirmed and inspired by their day-to-day instruction that they receive in their courses. And we'll be using one of the domains from the Panorama survey to measure this. And what's great about that is we'll be able to disaggregate the data by all the different subgroups that we normally do, as well as grade levels, by schools, and also by departments. So we'll be able to disaggregate it by math, science, social studies, ELA, etc. And I think that's a really important piece that we'll be able to do that as we look at the critical criteria. It's another way for us to incorporate student voice and really look at where there are some bright spots and some areas where we need to make some improvements. And in addition to that, we'll be introducing a new instructional model at the Leadership Institute that really focuses on how to really provide engaging instruction in the remote environment.
Thank you. Next page, please. Oops, turn off my. We are not going to go through every single goal like this at length, but I just wanted to point out for goal 2, feedback that we got was, hey, we thought you said you weren't going to be using the SBA as a measure. And so that wasn't coming out clearly in the way that we had written the annual plan target. And so we adjusted that to reflect. It's true, we are not using SBA this year. We're not even sure if we will be conducting the SBA this year. And so we don't want to rely on that. And we have other tools. What's really exciting is that this has forced us into really making a commitment to new tools for assessment that we actually can use remotely as well. And Naomi can share more about those tools when we get to her piece, but I just wanted to update you and let you know that we updated this so it should look more accurate and not reading as if we were continuing to use SBA for these proficiency goals. Next page, please.
Good afternoon. I want to touch briefly on Goal 2E, the growth goal. And there are two parts here that I want to briefly mention. The first one is we have new ways this year of tracking student progress and looking at whether or not students are actually making a year's worth of growth over the course of the year. We're going to be using adaptive instructional software to supplement core instruction in literacy and math. And in grades K-5, we're going to be using it universally for all students. This is really exciting. We're going to be able to progress monitor them down to a weekly basis even. We'll be able to report multiple times during the year to the board. And at the end of the year, we'll be able to look and really see which standards students have mastered over the year and how much growth that really equates to. That tracks back to what Eva was just talking about in terms of how will we look at proficiency at the end of the year. So these same tools will give us an indication of student proficiency and grade level standards at year end. For grades 6 through 9, students will also be in adaptive software. It's a little bit different at the middle school level and in 9th grade because that adaptive software will be for students needing additional supports rather than for universal. I also want to briefly mention we have an additional goal thinking about grading. There's a movement among teachers to really think carefully about how to make grading more meaningful and equitable, and we want to do everything we can to support that centrally. So there's a grading committee that's been working very hard on recommendations for that. So we'll be syncing with them. We have some language we've been working on that you can see in here, and we're also trying to figure out where this goal belongs. I don't think it really belongs as a growth goal because grades are really more about mastery, so it might become a tier 2 goal. We're still figuring that out. So that's one of the things that you'll probably see updated in the next version of this.
Can you scroll down to goal 3? Thank you. So I think the main update here, there was a question about whether we would be able to do this in the remote environment, because last spring when we were either in the middle of starting the tasks or we hadn't started them yet, and it was just going to be too big of a switch to try to move it into a remote environment. However, we've met with teachers and the developers and modified this so that whether we're in a remote environment or we're in person, we'll be able to work on these tasks. So, thanks.
Alrighty, and on goal 4, these are essentially refined measures regarding staff engagement and reduction of mobility and continued diversification of our certificated staff and our administrators. And what we have really honed in on is now overlaying the critical criteria as we get into not only the review, but developing and honing in on the strategies. And the biggest change for us is now we're looking very closely at the mobility rate of certificated staff in schools with programs for our most marginalized students. And that is data we have not looked at before. So we think we are in a good place for this next year.
And goal 5, if you go to the next slide. Thank you very much. So this year, as far as the strategy, it's exciting that we have critical criteria now because as we support our building leadership and developing their school improvement plans, we'll have an opportunity this year to use the critical criteria to help them really hone in on deliberate goals that support their community, but also look at it through the lens of the criteria that's been set forth. So it's going to be a really exciting year to help us get to increasing families' sense of feeling informed, supported, and empowered. And we're excited to continue to work with several departments across our school district to ensure that we are meeting the needs of our families and their children.
Okay, if you can move forward to the athletics and activities goals. Great, thank you. We continue to morph these goals and solidify. The goals are being developed as we continue to get guidance that you likely noted, the shifts that are occurring. That guidance is coming from lots of agencies, WIAA, KINCO, OSPI, the governor's office, and we also have been working really closely with the Return to School Activities Athletics Implementation Team as they're solidifying their recommendations. I think it's important to note that framing of our goals include lessons learned from Q4 related to engagement and outcomes for our kids, particularly by subgroup, by race. When you start looking at a gamut of data, I-grade activity, whether that be at the end of the year or even now after summer, you look at activities and sports participation by race, you look at Teams usage, email usage, attendance, you will find a common trend. In all areas, we have least effectively served our students that self-identify as Hispanic Latinx, and we need to disrupt that trajectory. In the draft annual plan document here, you see there are 3 goals identified. Each of those have been slightly modified since the original document was uploaded on Monday. And we have added 3 additional goals. And you'll see that the specificity of those in the next iteration of this draft. But those were, it's basically the average favorable student response rates district-wide related to quality of programming, of in-person, out-of-season conditioning opportunities facilitated at our comprehensive high schools. As you know by the updates we've been providing, that the seasons have been adjusted pretty significantly, and we can't wait to start programming once those seasons start, so that that in conditioning in person in our schools will start the beginning of the school year, no later, and continue until we get to the season start of 12/28. We are continuing to administer the postseason surveys, and we are going to provide athletes and parents, guardians, the results of those by program this time. Last year we did it by school, and we got some feedback that it would be helpful to know by program, and we're also going to include what our next steps are by that program, and we'll be engaging our student athletes in assisting us in determining those next steps. And then lastly, the other goal that you'll see in the next iteration that comes is that we want to ensure that we're providing school activities at least to the level that we were doing post-COVID, and that we're doing those at our middle and our high, because we recognize the importance of activities for our students and sense of belonging. And we also recognize that some of those activities may need to be facilitated school-wide as remote, and that we also may need to replicate some of those activities multiple times in person to be able to have the opportunity available to all of our students. And we're committed to doing that because we recognize the importance of that during this time.
Thank you. If you can move, I think it's page 12. Oh, wait. Yep, top of that one. There, thank you. So the, sorry, if you can move it just down a little bit. I'm going to speak to the counseling goal that's at the top of the page. Thank you. So last spring or last school year, we implemented the BIMAS 2 as a progress monitor measure and a dipstick for our students in order to identify mental health needs and provide greater access to a full spectrum of supports for students. However, that was impacted in the spring by COVID. So you can see in the numbers there, we had a pretty even distribution of assessment of students as a percentage of the number of students. The N that you see in the table there is the number of students that we actually were able to assess prior to our closure. But because the BIMAS 2 requires a in-person consultation, not necessarily face-to-face and in-person, but it requires a one-on-one meeting in a certain amount of time following the screening. It was difficult to ensure that we could adhere to that fidelity component in our remote. So for this fall, we have put in a contingency in place there with respect to using the Panorama Cell module is a replacement for the Biomass 2 if we cannot use the Biomass 2. That way we are able to continue to assess folks and then refer them to services. And then the second goal that we have in this area this year is to refer then 100% of the students that are screened and determined as needing a referral to a service for referral. And we did use the critical criteria when looking through this, and one of the pieces that we really did identify was making sure that we have culturally responsive therapies and therapists available for our staff. So we're continuing with our MOUs with many of the outside organizations, including Consejo, Asian Counseling Referral Services, as well as YEF, who have quite diverse counseling staff available, so we can ensure and increase our referrals to culturally responsive therapy practices. And if you can move to page 15. Thank you. I'm going to speak now to the special education goals. So there were several goals here that were in the first version that you saw as well. We did identify a couple of things more specifically, one being the referral rates for students of color in specific areas. We are disproportionate and actually increasing for both our Latinx and Hispanic students, our Latinx and Hispanic students, as well as our Black students. And so working specifically to decrease that referral that comes from that notion of the systemic racism that we see in our district. And so when Eva talked at the beginning about utilizing UDL and culturally responsive practices, and when Sharon spoke to the instructional model, both of those are pieces that are inherent in us having more equitable situations for our students and ensuring that they're not being inappropriately referred for special education services. We also have guidance that will be coming out related to our special education plans for the remote learning, specifically looking at regression data and how to identify whether or not regression data is signifying that students may have a learning disability versus regression that may have been due to lack of instruction, so that we are careful not to again over-identify students who could not engage during the time as potentially having a disability when in fact it was a lack of instruction. And then how do we intervene to ensure that they're able to engage in remote instruction in the fall? The other piece that I would just want to address there that's new is we also talked about the quality of services. And so previously we had a goal with respect to membership and participation, which was a rubric that was set entirely in the in-person setting. And so two things are happening on that front. One piece, as you heard from Kelly earlier, we're looking specifically at our Panorama data and centering on our Black students, but in special education, we're also going to be centering on our students with disabilities that are in our continuum schools and ensuring that they're not only having, that they're telling us that they're not only in classrooms, but they're having a meaningful experience in that space. And if we're able to, we are also working with Dr. Michael McSheehan, who is one of the developers of the membership and participation rubric, who is working on that for the remote setting. And so if we can and feel like we can use that, we will also be using that as a dipstick for us to see how our remote sessions and access in general education is working for students with disabilities.
All right, so good afternoon. Can we go to page 16, please? Thank you. So I just want to talk briefly about facilities. First of all, the facilities goal is really around improving internal customer service. Last year we focused on building rental and field rental. This year we don't know if we're going to go have any field or building rental or use from outside of in our community. So while we're still pushing forward with those projects, the goals weren't nearly as relevant this year. So this year we're really focusing on getting a strong preventative maintenance system in place, and then monitoring and managing our work orders that we are receiving in order to understand the customer service that we're offering to our buildings and our principals, getting their feedback in a way to improve the systems that we have. So that's our primary focus for this year, along with having our buildings ready for when we can reopen them. And then if we do have any cases of COVID-19, being able to get them back online as quickly as possible, meeting all of the stringent health guidelines and requirements that we receive from public health and others. So that's our goals around finance or around facilities. And then if you can jump down to, I'm not sure which one is next, safety, or just can go to the next page. Keep going. Okay, so safety and security. Up one more, there you go. For safety and security, we really have two different goals. One goal is around how our students are feeling and if they're feeling safe in our schools and our buildings. And so this has to do with really the perception of them feeling safe, and student perception is really important when it comes to safety, because if they're not feeling safe, then they don't focus on schoolwork, they don't focus on the things that we really want them to focus on, which is learning. So their perception is really important, and we need to understand what their perception is and then understand what is contributing to them feeling safe or not. The second thing we're focusing on is our SRO program. It has come called into question, and rightfully so, by our students of color, really questioning the value of the program, the purpose of the program. And so in light of those questions, I think it's important for us to revisit that program and to work with our students and the Bellevue Police Department and our SROs and our administrators to design a program that makes sense for our students of color and our stakeholders. And so that is the goal this year, is to work collaboratively with all of those groups to figure out what makes sense in our schools and how we can put something in place that creates value for all. And that is it for me. Oh no, I'm sorry. I was supposed to do technology too, wasn't I? Sorry about that. So in technology's goals are really around three different things. One, customer satisfaction. So every time we receive a work order, we send out, following it, a customer satisfaction ticket to ask people how well we met their needs. So our ratings have been, last year we're at about 81%. Our goal is to push that up to 86%. And we monitor that weekly, and we will provide updates quarterly. The second piece is around, from the same ticketing system, is to improve our average time to resolve for when parents and students have issues. Over the spring and summer, we are at 64 hours. Our goal is to drop that all the way down to 24 hours so that we can meet their needs in a more timely fashion to make sure that they have access to their learning opportunities. And then finally, we want to make sure that every student and staff member has what they need from both a device perspective and an access to the internet perspective, so that they can participate in their learning opportunities. So those three goals around technology, really in support of our students and families and having to be remote as we start this school year. Eva, I'm not sure.
Okay, thank you for that, Melissa. And that was a lot. It seemed shorter when we practiced, but that was a lot for you to sit through. And so we want to open it up now in case you have any questions. There may have been something that we missed or something that wasn't well explained. There were lots of areas that we didn't highlight tonight. So if there's any clarifying questions that you want to ask us, is my understanding is the next step.
Clarifiers I'm going to just start with, and then we'll take any others from the board. Eva, you said you didn't highlight everything. Is it possible to do some kind of markup for the board so that they know? I don't want like a line by line, word by word, but just like if a significant goal was added, like in advanced learning, there was a goal added, just to call it to attention so folks can do a quicker review of where they see changes. or just a box that has changes in it. It doesn't have to be exactly what the changes were, just highlight the box. And then the second clarification, that's I guess a request, and the clarification is you presented Tier 1 Goal 5, Goal Area 5 targeted measures. I did not notice any changes, and I'm wondering, were any made? Did I miss something? Because I thought we were highlighting just changes, and yet that one didn't seem changed. So did I miss something?
You know, go ahead, Sean.
We put more detail into a bit of the strategy behind how we're going to reach the goal, and made more reference to the overarching goal, which is the annual survey that we will utilize to assess the work and the value of our effort with regard to how principals are instituting these school improvement plans in their building spaces, alongside with the support of staff that are pre-existing in their building and family engagement specialists and staff who are at the district office, family engagement coordinators.
Thanks, Jeremiah. I appreciate the clarification. All right, board members, I think Seema has a question for Melissa.
Yes, thank you everyone for the presentations. Melissa, the question, and sorry I'm not on video because I've bandwidth issues make this the most effective at the moment. But you described the feedback we've received from our community for students of color regarding SROs. I know we've actually received a lot of feedback on both, I would say both sides of the equation, no SROs, yes SROs, and for various reasons. But I think the question I had when you described kind of the collaboration of pulling key stakeholders in, particularly students of color, and the Bellevue Police to find a way forward, it left me wondering for this coming year, separate from whether we will be in person or not, what is the plan? I think I'm just anticipating questions of community, regardless of what side they're on. What then should they expect to see if, let's say, at the end of October, we were able to go in person? What should they expect to see in terms of where they might be with the SRO?
So we are not planning on pulling the SROs out of our building at this time, but we are planning on visiting the program and figuring out how to build value for all of our community around that. So what are the touch points between students and SROs? How do our SROs support our students? And how do they interact with our students on a regular basis so that they can really understand their perspective? So right now we do not have plans necessarily to pull the SROs out of our buildings, but to really look at where is the value of that program and how do we increase the value of that program moving forward. So we will provide an update in November. We're going to try and get some meetings scheduled as we get back into school, solicit people to participate in those discussions and put a plan together then for how we're going to reevaluate the program and move forward. We've already had a couple of just very initial conversations, but I think we need to set up a committee and start meeting on a regular basis to talk about how we want to change the program to meet the needs of all.
Okay, I just will add just one thing. I know that you've probably heard many elements of feedback that have come through anecdotes of how people feel. I hope and I expect that you will be supplementing that also with data that you have or can get or will get about sort of what actions Bellevue Police Department has taken and in what ways and against, which students when judged against the overall composition of any given school where they are, because I think that's an important fact and element.
Absolutely. Thank you for that input.
I don't see my hand raise function today.
That's okay. Just jump in. We're good.
Okay, so I just wanted to build on what Seema was just saying. It's a national conversation really around SROs, and we are getting a lot from, various constituents. And I understand that, a certain type of person is in a building or not is a very operational decision, but it also connects up to sort of mission and vision and sort of the sort of things that are in the board's purview. So I'm wondering if there's going to be a plan by the end of the school year, where will the school board fit into understanding and being part of this as far as like the vision goes?
That's a great question, Carolyn. To be honest, I am not that deep into the planning at this point, and so I don't really want to just answer that on the fly, but as we start putting together that plan, I will definitely bring that back to you.
Because I feel like this is something that constituents with all kinds of different opinions are going to be holding the school board to task for.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I just, to be honest, with us so focused on reopening school, we don't really have the plan for this fully fleshed out at this point. So I'm happy to bring that back to you guys as soon as we get it a little bit more fleshed out.
I think we just want to be informed as you are informed, you know, all that information that we were wondering about, like, you know, how's it been? What does it cost? What are the incidents? What do we know? Do we have any data? You know, all of that.
Okay, I'm going to jump in here because I think we're getting out of the range of, it's still clarifying, but we're getting into some pretty substantive stuff. So I'm going to actually piggyback on this with something that's related so we don't have to revisit this topic later, and then we'll see if Francine and Erica have questions, or if Carolyn or Seema have additional questions clarifying. I just want to call out that one of my questions is, how do we ensure that we are not only looking at looking for particular things, but that we are actually evaluating the quality of programs that we make substantial investments in. So like having an understanding, I really appreciated, Melissa, the changes that you made to clarify that the desired outcomes of the work to evaluate the SRO program were to do no harm, to actively do good, and to feel that having students feel supported, like having positive goals. But I think it's also okay and important to evaluate how effective the program has been at doing that. And another place where we're making a huge investment, and I'm not sure I see clear evaluation of how effective the program is, though I hope to goodness it's huge, is the mental health program. We're doing this screening for every single kid, and is it sophomore year, I believe? And we are then following up and providing services to those who need it. But I don't see anything about the goals for that program that help me understand if it is being effective for students and if it is doing no harm for students. So I do think a clarifying question for me is, has somebody looked at each of these goals, or can somebody look at each of them and ascertain how we know the program is overall effective? We may already have data, so we may not need to focus on that. But if it's a new program, or if it's a program that we've never really done a deep evaluation of, how do we know it's effective and how do we know it's doing no harm? Research may say that it does, but in our circumstance, the way we roll it out, how do we know? So those are some things I would feed back into as you refine some of the goals.
Christine, do you want an answer to that right now, or do you want us to reflect on that for later?
If you have a straight up answer on the screening one, I would love it.
I feel like I do have an answer on that one, and I would say I feel a little bit of a tension on this, because the things that we do in the mental health realm are so private and FERPA protected, that when we actually do get information by question by student on that particular measure. And so the individual questions actually measure individual aspects of mental health, from self-harm to suicidal ideation to risky behaviors. And we do get those, and we do break them down all by subgroup. I'm hesitant to share that information in a public setting because it's so private. And I worry from the critical criteria lens when we look through that data set about what kinds of potential stereotypes people might draw from looking at that data. So I feel a tension in terms of sharing kind of that, but we do know in terms of the referral to services, I think we could share something maybe about, like, maybe something more general on whether or not those folks felt that those were successful for them. It's going to again be it's going to be more of a feeling place for the student about whether or not the service. Part of the reason that our goal is also around the culturally responsive services is because that was one area that we heard feedback from students last year. It was difficult for them to, let's say, if they were a Hispanic student, to relate well to a white counselor. So making sure that we had more counselors of colors or with similar backgrounds and experiences for them to relate to. So that could be a way we could also tweak that.
Thank you. Thank you for that clarification. I may have more comments, but they're not clarifying. So that is super helpful. Any questions from Francine?
Yeah, so I just wanted to thank for the responsiveness to some of the things that we've put in before. So including, having measures for meaningful engagement for our special ed populations, adding student perspective in the safety and security, making sure that we still have the alternative identification and advanced learning. And then really the big one is really looking at proficiency for our students in learning. My clarifying question though is with some of these things, I'm not sure I see as much how the COVID impact is playing into the annual plan. So for example, with the connectedness, I understand we are focusing on that and it's especially important in COVID, but I'm not quite seeing how we're going to look at the measures in terms of we will have kids in the remote. Well, kids will be in remote, but we have right now, the plan is to have them into two streams. So how do we differentiate, and is it necessary to, the kids who are in virtual learning and their connectedness versus the ones who are in the other stream? Or are we just going to lump them all by school, even though they might be with kids in different schools? So some of that, I would just like to see at some point, if there's been some thinking around that, if we're even able to disaggregate that by in Panorama. The other area that I had some concerns about, I'm really excited about what Naomi presented in terms of determining proficiency, but I'm not so sure the measure in terms of requiring a certain number of minutes will be of the greatest service to our students. So I'd just like some clarification on the minutes idea, not necessarily now, but just some thoughts about what that means to require minutes, especially for our youngest students. And then also, I wasn't clear on some of the areas of, again, the impact of COVID. So CTE still lists a lot of courses that I was under from the last fall planning update that maybe those courses aren't being offered. And so how does that impact the annual plan? There's been some discussion of SRO. I'm wondering if we're not in school, are we continuing to pay for programs like that require in-person, especially when our budget is tight? So some of those things I'd like to see at least explained at some point if it's not actually delineated in the annual plan.
Okay, there are a lot of substantive questions rather than clarifying embedded in those comments. So let's see if the team has any short remarks at this point, and then maybe we can revisit in greater depth after we go through the back to school, because something like the minutes, I wonder if that one is addressed in both places or not. And I think it's a good question, and I want to make sure we don't address it separately in different spaces.
Yeah, and I can address the last one right away, which is about the SRO program, and we are not paying for the services when we are closed. So that was something we just learned from the city recently.
And I can quickly address the connectedness question. Yes, we can disaggregate that by what model students are in, whether they're hybrid or whether they're virtual.
And Naomi, can you also address the minutes, why it's important for students to be online for a certain number of minutes, for example, in Lexia or Freckle?
Yeah, absolutely. Francine, can you tell me more about what you're worried about minutes? Are you worried about screen time? Are you worried about they won't have support at home to actually do the minutes? What's the concern?
A number of things. I think it's a range of things. I think for some, if there's a minimum number of minutes, it may be difficult either for them to achieve it, or maybe they don't need to achieve it. Like both ends of the spectrum, they may be able to show proficiency in fewer minutes than is required. And so are we going to have them continue to do that? Or others, they may have difficulty getting online for those number of minutes. And so then how do we support them? Other parents may feel that they've already been on for many minutes of screen time and don't want their children there. So it's a range of things. And that's why I'm just concerned about stating that as part of the like as an absolute.
Yeah, so in elementary, the literacy adaptive software we're using, the students take a placement test when they start in it. And the first thing that it does is, based on the student's placement level, recommends how many minutes they spend in the program. So for students who are at grade level or advanced, it might be a low number of minutes per week. For students who are behind, it might be additional minutes per week. One of the things we found as we've used this in the spring and in summer school is it's extremely helpful for students who are behind or who need help using the software to have some support staff be assisting them with it. So that could be as simple as they're doing the adaptive software practice, but they're also on a Teams meeting, and so they have someone there to support them through that. So we have found that to be very effective. Our plan this year is students will all have district issued devices, so that will be a help. We're getting hotspots out as needed, and there are also plans underway at secondary for students to have access to buildings if they don't have space at home or internet connection, bandwidth that works, or any of those things, so that they might have some access to buildings in a physically distanced, masked kind of way to support them in that. In terms of building it into the screen, building it into the day and screen time, we're going to be working with teachers around how it's built into the synchronous and asynchronous day, so it should be a fairly smooth part of the day.
Great, thank you.
All right, Erica?
My questions were already covered, so thank you for that.
Okay, great information. Thank you for the thoughtful answers and the reporting. Board members, we'll try to have time. There is a part of the agenda that actually we will remove, so it will give us a few minutes more for this discussion if needed. We won't be doing the first reading on policies 0150 and 0300 today. I forgot about that. So we do have a few minutes, not for this annual plan by itself, but to add to the back to school piece. So I think we should go to back to school, and then folks can come back to that. And you can also send additional feedback into Dr. Duran and Eileen for any additional comments on and questions about the annual plan. So let's go ahead and Dr. Duran, are you
yeah, I'll kick it off a little bit. And I want to just take this time right now to say, you know, right before the board meeting, there was a Governor Inslee and State Superintendent Chris Reichdahl had a press conference, and basically at the press conference they were sharing, you know, some of the guidance that they are finally providing to school districts and lead education associations across the state. And so before I go into some of the details of that, I think this is just a really important time just to pause and just give, you know, a real big shout out and thanks, you know, for all the collective work that I think our board and our district staff have done, but, you know, especially for Christine and Francine, who are meeting with Eastside school boards and really trying to take this and push it for us in really good ways to ensure that we have better guidance, because up to this point, you know, we have been 297 school districts trying to make these decisions on our own. And, you know, we know here within King County, we received some really clear guidance around the recommendation not to open our schools and the reality that we cannot open our schools safely. We can open our schools and plan on reducing the risk of it. But I think what we have seen from around our country already, you know, in districts in Georgia and districts in Illinois and Indiana, where there's already been some cases where school districts have chose to open up. And, you know, one example in Georgia where they brought staff back after the first professional development day, they had to quarantine 250 of their educators because of some exposure. And so some tested positive and the rest are in quarantine. So it really does speak to the need for us to really have the ability to be able to do, you know, rapid testing, having results come back. So we also saw a case where an actual school opened up and within 3 hours they had their first case that came in. So, you know, definitely has, you know, raised, you know, some concerns, but I think we're learning from these processes that I still believe we made the right decision. And so really grateful for the guidance that has come out, and just appreciative for everybody's efforts to try to push that and really get that. I really do believe that this guidance was came about from the advocacy that that we were able to provide. So again, just thank everybody for all their work in trying to make that happen. The guidance basically came down to really 3 basic things, and we were waiting for this to all come in writing, but basically they had a high risk, a moderate, and a low risk, and it's all based on the number of cases per 100,000. So a county or area where you are located, school district location, you'll be considered high risk if there's more than 75 cases, for every 100,000. For the 14-day average. And I think currently in King County, we're above that. I think we're in 93 or 94 around that area. So we are definitely in that space in King County. Medium risk is considered 25 to 75 cases per 100,000, and then low risk is less than 25 cases per 100,000. They did provide some guidance to us in terms of if you're in high risk, distance learning with limited in-person services, consider canceling all extracurricular activities or postponing, some of them. The medium risk was recommendations around distance learning for middle school or high school students, and hybrid or in-person for elementary. And again, consider canceling in-person extracurricular activities. For the low risk, they basically said, they still would recommend a move into a hybrid and distance for middle school and high school, and then move into a full-time in-person for elementary. I think what was interesting today was emphasis that, as we start to move back into this, that we need to do it slowly and be able to do it in the best way possible to ensure that we, again, lead with our commitments around protecting the health and well-being of our staff and our students and our community at large. And then the final thing I'll just say is, again, just the emphasis that, the report that's come out that school districts and schools are not islands, we're part of a community, and just how critical and important it is for, all of our community members and individuals to really be practicing, the physical distancing guidelines and supports that have been provided to us around wearing face coverings, following the physical distancing, and really trying to limit how many people you are being exposed to beyond your family. So those are things that we need to have happen across our community to ensure that we can really get the cases down and move into a place where we all want to be, which is really providing the best services to our students, which we know is face to face. And ultimately we hope we can get there, but it's going to really rely on getting these cases down. So again, just grateful for the guidance that we have now that we can use to support decisions that we're going to be moving forward. All right, Eva, I'll hand it off to you.
Thank you for that, Dr. Duran. So we are going to be bringing to you in a couple of weeks our final draft of this plan. It is required by OSPI that we submit this plan no later than 2 weeks before the first day of school. And so we'll be bringing it to you for approval. And that is also required before we submit to OSPI. So we do have a plan to share with you. It's draft. There are several pieces that are still under construction, but we want to give you a little bit of an idea so that we don't launch it all on you in one night and ask you to approve it in that same night. So this is just a little context giving about the plan. If you can go to the next slide, please. So just to recall about our timeline, that on July 31st, our staff survey closed about whether or not staff were able to come back in person or if they must work remotely due to their own health conditions. And then just on August 3rd, on Monday, our second round of the intent to enroll questionnaire closed. And so we're going to share with you how many we've received from that. And then tonight, August 5th, we are sharing with you our first draft of our reopen plan. And then we'll have our final steering committee on the 12th. And then we will bring the final reopen plan to you again on the 19th. And then to OSPI, we will submit the plan on the 20th. You see in there, August is staff training that we will be welcoming back our staff in August. And we have quite a robust professional development plan that we are discussing and working through with BEA at this time. And then on September 3rd, we're excited to welcome kids back to school in whatever manner that will be, mostly remote. Next slide, please. Okay, this is just a reminder that we have a lot of work going on this summer. These are our implementation teams that have been doing the work of preparing the plans, the behind the scenes plans. Not all of this is reflected in the OSPI plan. We do plan to give you additional information about our reopening plan, but we wanted you to know that there's a lot of work going on. Not all of those things were required for the OSPI plan, but we're still obviously doing them because these are things that we believe are important. So this was just a visual. We shared this with you last time to remind you that we have a lot of behind the scenes work happening. Next slide, please. So we are super excited to welcome back our students, staff, and parents in whatever mode that will be. It'll be remote to begin with. And in welcoming back our staff, as we mentioned, we have a pretty robust professional learning and training plan in place. Racial equity and inclusion will be at the center of our work. Then we are also excited that we're going to be starting building and district level collaborative teams. Those are our leadership teams that will be doing some shared decision making, and professional learning communities happening at all of our schools. We had a handful of schools that piloted some professional learning communities last year, but this year we are going full implementation across the entire district. And then instructional model, some of the things that we're pulling out that will be critical to our instructional model this year and moving forward. And then we're super excited to welcome back our students and families. And so we are working on some welcoming and transition plans, just like we did in celebrating their moving on plans last spring. We will have some fun and exciting ways to welcome our kids back, even though it will be in remote. And how we can share information with our students and families, keeping equity at the center, and student well-being will continue to be first and foremost important for us. Additionally, one of our priorities will be universal screening. That is a part of this plan that we'll be sharing with you. And then how we're conducting assessment. You saw all of the challenges that we had with assessment in the spring, and we've adjusted for that. So that's good news on our part. Next slide, please. Melissa, do you want to share about the intent to enroll update?
Sure. So, but one of the things I did want to say is, even though we're starting remotely, I think it's really important for us to continue to focus on and emphasize how really joyous the start of the school year is, how exciting it is for kids, how exciting it is for families. And we really want to make sure that that is reflected in what we're doing as we start. Even though it's remote, it's still a really exciting time. So, so our intent to enroll closed on Sunday, and we're at almost 80%. And while it's not complete, we have a lot of people reaching out right now to families, people who did not respond, to see kind of what their preference is and where they would like to go and what they're thinking, and to provide them with information if they need additional information to make this decision. So right now we have about a little under 75% of our families wanting to come back in some form of hybrid. The remainder want to be in our BSD virtual, and then we have 126 families who will not be enrolling this fall. Go
Next
ahead,
slide, please. So when we present to you this plan, it's organized in 3 chunks. This is the OSPI template that we're required to submit. And so the 3 parts are the mandatory health requirements, and you can see the list of items in the template itself. It's really just a questionnaire. It just asks yes or no. Did you do this thing, or put in a date, or but it doesn't really ask for the evidence. We're going to be providing you with all of the evidence behind all of these questions that have been asked. So that's why the plan is so lengthy, and it will be even lengthier when we're finished, but it'll have a lot of information, the background information behind all of these pieces here. So the part 1 is the mandatory health requirements, part 2, the statutory education requirements, and then part 3 is additional. It's everything else. So you can see all of the bullet points there. I won't read them to you, but I'll give you a moment to just glance at those. And
I
as
will
I
say-
shared, oh, go ahead,
and
Melissa.
let me just, and I will say this does not even include a lot of different things that have been going on. For example, special education and how we're going to address students with IEPs or 504s is not part of this. And so there are a whole bunch of other things that we've been doing as well that aren't even part of our reporting to OSPI.
Next slide, please. That's the end of this. So we'll move on to the actual report. And I don't know when you received the report. I want to say you received it last Friday.
Friday?
No, I think it was uploaded today.
No, I think, wasn't it in the packet last week?
I think there were some pieces there. Why don't you still go through the highlights? I know that we're supposed to end this section at 5:30, but like I said, we can steal some time back for questions from one of the other sections if we need to. So let's still go ahead and highlight it.
All right, let's open up the plan, and then Melissa and I will just highlight a few things in the plan.
Thank you.
So it's the top document, yeah.
We can scroll, please. I should open it. Melissa, do you want to give that very first part about scroll, please? The mandatory health requirements. You can keep going.
Keep going.
Okay, so this is the CDC, that Centers for Disease Control and Prevention definition of high risk employees. And this was basically asking, do you have a plan in place for employees who are high risk, and do they understand that plan? In other words, have you talked to your high risk employees? And we have. That was the purpose of the staff survey that we conducted. And so we will be, so for each of these things, as I mentioned, we're including with this some background information or some evidence of us having conducted this. In the actual OSPI template, it's just a yes or no. Yeah, we did it. No, we didn't. So so our response is yes, and here it is. Here's the information.
So Eva, I think the thing to highlight in this is not necessarily to walk us through all the points that OSPI has asked us questions about, but sure, more like you've posted this so the public can see it if they want to peruse it in greater detail. The thing that I think is important and interesting to highlight is really like, yes, we're taking care of all the general requirements, but what's our plan for learning? And I think that the framework for this particular report to OSPI isn't necessarily all that robust, but you did go a little deeper, I think, than they entirely require. So it might be good to go to some of those places. One of the questions we've all been trying to understand more deeply, I don't know if this is the report you want to frame it around, but is we had two commitments. One was to equity, and I think you've spoken quite a bit to that tonight about how we intend to address some of that in the return to school. But one of them is also to ensure that we know that we've incorporated all the things that people have learned from the spring for what worked for kids, families, and teachers into our plan. And so the plan we have for learning and so forth reflects those. So anything you can have to help us understand how the learning plan is reflecting the best practices and the most important things, and that would be super helpful.
Okay, thank you for that. So just to reiterate, that first part, we won't go through it. But for folks who are very interested, because we have received a number of emails asking us, what are some of the protocols going to be around PPE or health protocols, or, you know, what are you going to do if a student is, or a staff member is diagnosed with COVID? That kind of information, those protocols are all in that first section. So for folks who've been writing in and asking that, you'll want to look at that part of the plan. We won't go through it right now, but that's that part of the plan. The next part of the plan is about, are we meeting the calendar of 180 days, the number of hours, and including our learning plan. And so, Christine, I think what you're asking me is, and so what is that learning plan? How is it based on some of the things that we learned from last spring? And what's that going to look like moving forward? Because as Melissa was saying, we're super excited to welcome kids back, and we want them to have the most awesome year, regardless of mode of instruction, whether it's face-to-face and in person or remote. We really want to be prepared for that in a really rigorous and engaging way. So that is our plan, and that's what we're working on. So what did we learn? Some of the things that we learned is that students need some live instruction. And so last fall when we closed, we absolutely were not ready. And the community gave us grace. We were given a lot of grace for not being prepared because it was so unexpected. And since that time, we've done a lot of work to try to understand what should it look like. We've done a lot of research and a lot of work. What should it look like if we were more prepared and if we did have a robust remote learning plan? And so some of the things we've learned is to provide asynchronous and synchronous time for students each day, so that students do have some time when they are interacting with the teacher and when they are interacting with others, with their peers, and having some small group time. That was another thing that was loud and clear from students, but also from research, is that small group time is most effective in a remote setting. And so to the extent that we could provide some of that every day. So asynchronous time, synchronous time with the teacher, and some small group instruction. We also have an instructional model, and we have a plan for the instructional model that we're rolling out that is actually effective whether you're remote or not remote, but this is an opportune time. And just like we were saying that some of these strategies that we may employ may be really critical for this context, but actually apply and do well in other contexts as well. So we have quite a robust model that Sharon can talk about. Her group has led that work. One of the other key things that we've done that I think you heard a little bit about it, but we do have a really exciting universal screening and assessment plan that we can use whether we're remote or in person, and we're super excited about that. Naomi talked about some of the adaptive software. We've had adaptive software for years. We have not effectively implemented adaptive software. This is our opportunity to do a better job with the adaptive software, which has been proven to accelerate learning for students. And so we want to be able to implement that. We've had a grassroots effort on grading and assessment. And so we're really excited that we have some of our teachers and our principals and other staff members who have been looking at assessment and grading and equity. And so we are in the midst of developing that plan. That plan actually has been brought to our implementation team as a proposal, and but has not been fully adopted, and we have not yet gone through bargaining and had those conversations, but that will be coming forward. So in terms of instruction and some of the shifts in both practice and how we're using assessment and some of the tools that we have, I feel that we're going to be much more prepared this year. Now, recognizing that a lot of the training will be, come in August in kind of a giant wave. Our folks were exhausted at the end of June, emotionally exhausted, physically exhausted, and our adults were isolated as well. So there was a lot of sort of emotional drain at the end of June, but a lot of preparation has gone on in July. And in August, we are planning to, we don't want to fire hose people, but we were planning a really nice introduction to these practices in some of the best practices for professional learning, which are the same as best practices for instruction for kids, many of them. And so we have some great ideas on how we're going to roll those things out, but also embedding ongoing embedded professional learning for our teachers and staff throughout the year. We're working with BEA to make sure that we have the time and the dedication to that throughout the year, and how then we hold each other accountable, and how peers can hold each other accountable to these practices that we want to employ. So does that help a little bit? The schedule will be far more rigorous and robust than it was in the spring. We had left a lot of, we had a lot of inconsistency in the spring. Again, we weren't prepared. We're far more prepared now, and I think we'll be able to support our teachers much better in implementing a schedule that's going to work for all kids.
Eva, I'd like to also add that part of the issues that we faced in the spring were around technology, asking parents to used the technology that they had in their home for elementary students, caused some issues where kids couldn't connect. Teachers were trying to solve those problems while they were trying to provide instruction. So a lot of those things will be resolved. Plus, we're also going to be having some technology information sessions for parents so that parents know how to utilize the technology, what it is, what their kids are going to be doing, so that it's easier for them to monitor how their kids are doing and where they're at. So there's some of those things that we're building in as well to make it much more parent friendly than things were in the fall. So, I mean, in the spring. So building all of those things in and simplifying the expectations for kids around the tools that we're using, I think will also help significantly. And then providing them with district-based devices is really important, because that way when they call the help desk or those things, they know exactly what the student is working on, what the image is on that piece of hardware, and can really help them resolve any issues that they're facing.
All right, I'm gonna interrupt for a second. Ask, is this the time for board members to chime in with questions, or do you have a few more things you want to go through? And then before we go away from exactly where Melissa was just now, Melissa, could you answer a question that one of our board members has seen an announcement for tech ed for secondary families? Are we going to have something comparable for elementary families?
Yeah, so that is something that we have been doing for sixth graders, because it's the first time that they go into a one-on-one environment. So it was really targeted for sixth graders, but it is applicable beyond that. And we will have things for elementary families and high school families as well. So we will have things for all families and on an ongoing basis as we move through the fall.
Just on that note, one of the great ideas that we've been talking about with our with BEA has been about including families in some of the trainings that we're doing with staff. Let's say around teams, for example, but including families or inviting them to log in. And that's what's wonderful about remote, actually. And it is a practice that we can continue even when we're back 100%, is having these opportunities for learning that folks can log in and that we can record and have available for families to look at later if they'd like to. And just to broaden our access to families and their access to us around learning some of these tools.
All right, so is now a good time to start taking questions from board members, or do you have anything else you want to throw out there about the back to school planning update?
I just want to say that the schedules are what's reflected in the plan. Those were draft, and we have been working on those plans with BEA, and so they are changing, and they will look slightly different than what's in the plan. So if you have questions about those, we expect to be able to share something very, very soon. Those aren't exactly accurate.
But we have been progressing. I want to say that we have been progressing quite nicely and that we're pretty darn close. I mean, I just think the adjustments are slight at this point. So we're hoping to get something out relatively quickly and soon. And it will definitely be more rigorous than it was last spring. It'll definitely be more consistent than it was last spring between educators. And so we're excited to put those out there for families to see what we're going to be offering. I think my hope is that it creates, number one, the same excitement around start of school as it has in the past, and number two, that that it works for families, it works for kids, it works for our educators, all of us as we move forward.
All right. Well, thank you for that substantial summary of all the things going on. I do also want to call out and say thank you to many of our teacher union reps who participated on the work groups. That's different from any negotiations. That's just part of the process that we've employed for that the district put together to work through the details on these things. And Eva mentioned how exhausted our educators were So we really appreciate that those teachers and also several administrators took time out of their summer to participate on those groups and provide input to the processes as plans were being developed. And we really appreciate them stepping up to do that. We also appreciate the individuals who took time to share their experiences even more deeply than what folks shared in survey responses, where they really wrote up days and experiences about how teaching was working well for them and the families in their classrooms, and what was working in the spring, and so what they were looking for in plans. And just want to appreciate the input from folks and families as well, who are trying to help us understand their experiences so we can meet their needs. I'm going to ask a question, and then we're going to just go around and have the board members ask questions of the plan. One of my questions is, in all the feedback that these educators have taken that time to share, most of them really call out the importance of connecting with families and engaging them, particularly at the lower primary grades, in the learning experiences of kids. And what I'm wondering about that is, do we have any sort of philosophy or plan or approach that helps teachers to know how to best leverage and engage with families in meaningful ways, and to recognize that all of kids' families are not in the same position to engage? And I mean that on all levels. It is not a thing about just, there are many aspects of kids' family circumstances that keep parents from being able to engage, like whether they have parents who are essential workers or parents who cannot be with them full time, or they come from there's just such a multitude of circumstances that our children exist in. How are we accounting for that in our plans? And how are we helping teachers account for that?
I think that's a really important and critical question. And interestingly enough, our teachers have been telling us that more than ever, this was one of the bright spots of last spring. They connected with families on just a whole different level because they just had access in a different way. And so we want to continue to build on that enthusiasm and those connections. But we do need to have more intentional approach to how we're connecting with families. And I think first and foremost, we need to ask our families. So what is the best way for us to involve you and reach you? And it's not going to be the same for, all people, but that is something that we can make an intentional effort toward. The other thing is that we can work more intentionally on, I mentioned those trainings around teams, but we can also do trainings or some time that would be carved out for our educators and families to work together on that very specific, how do we partner, just on that topic of how we partner and how we're involved and how we stay connected. So we can do dedicate time for that as well. It doesn't always have to be around how do you use this tool or how do you look at this data. It can be around, hey, how do we, what are some best practices in us engaging together, and how do we connect? So when we're training our teachers and our educators on that, why not invite the families and have that same approach? I read that in one of the samples that Dr. Duran shared with me, and it's just a terrific idea on how to partner with families.
And I think it's more important than ever that we partner with families, because they will be involved. The learning is happening in many cases in their homes. And so it's really important that we partner with them. Shamari, I think you had something that you wanted to say as well.
Yeah, I was going to say this is deeply steeped into the strategy of how we are going to get information from our families this year. We know we did the district-wide survey last year, which gave us buckets of information that we can now use to do focus groups electronically with some of the families that exist who did fill out the survey, and also a bucket of groups of families who did not fill out the survey to give us a cross-reference of what our families needing to feel that informed and supported and empowered. And then in addition to that, one thing I'm inspiring my family engagement coordinators to do is to begin to build out 15-minute professional development experiences that can be rolled out on a consistent basis, so that building teams that focus on family engagement could consistently learn best practices on how to seek to further serve the families in their buildings.
Thank you very much. So thanks. That's good to like understand how we're looking at that from multifaceted approach. I appreciate that. I think Seema wants to pop in with some questions, and then we'll just keep going around.
Yeah, thank you. So I have one comment and then 2 questions. One is even just taking the last point about family engagement, it really does depend on the age group. And I would like to hear, as you're talking about things, really intentionally splitting out what this means when you're talking about, I don't know, even K through 5, break it out to K through 3, but K through 3rd grade. But even if we're just talking elementary, middle, and high school, those are very different experiences. So I and many of my friends, we don't see our kids when they're in school. They're essentially in home or not, their doors are closed and we're not hovering over them. We're able to get our work done. It's entirely a different set of challenges. The challenges, frankly, more around getting visibility to what's going on, whereas I think a K through 5 family is getting too much visibility. They can't do anything else. So I would like to hear that. I think if I could ask you, as you describe these things, if you could put that layer in. The other piece is I would like to know what you're doing to ensure that there's not so much variability across teachers and approaches, because I felt like from the one child I have in high school this last round, I felt like he was, at least from what I could discern, had a pretty good level of contact with all of his teachers and didn't feel too disconnected, except for what he was feeling from maybe disconnect socially, which I know all the kids feel. But I've heard from other parents, also high school age, that they felt their quote unquote kids had no contact and felt very disconnected from the teachers, and almost, they said, quote unquote, learn nothing. So I was like, wow, that's so different. And so I assume that there's a lot of variability based on teacher by teacher. So I'd like to know what can you do, knowing that you, I know you talked before about ways you can kind of quote unquote pop in and watch the class and the teaching. I'd like to know a little bit more about that, so we don't have such drastically different assessments. And then the third is, I have seen some of the ways that the small group can go, and sometimes it's great and sometimes not so much, but I do want to know, are we working in some way to have a 5 or 10 minute even sync? I think I mentioned this before, a one-to-one with every student, even if it's once a week online, because I think both for social emotional connectedness, as well as for the kinds of things that your student often leans on their teachers for throughout the course of a week. They might have a 30-second, a 1 minute, a 2 minute, but it's a one-to-one conversation usually with your teacher over the course of a week. And is there a way we can think creatively about a way to get that 5 or 10 minutes just of a one-to-one conversation even a week? Because I think it's a good barometer both for academic as well as for maybe social emotional gauging. So that's an ask and maybe an idea.
I see that Shamari has his hand raised. Shamari, did you want to say something?
Yeah, I just chime in really quickly. Thank you for the question, Seema. The last question I don't want to address, but the first 2 of your questions, I would say that yes, we are very strategically thinking about the variation between grade levels. Right now, we have 2 staff members who are identified as family engagement coordinators. We're going to split them. One is going to focus intently on elementary, one on secondary for now, and that will also streamline with the executive directors of schools who work within those buildings. But I want to add that part of the goal of the support that is given from family engagement coordinators is to help support the school building itself in developing a strategy and learning from their individual school communities. You know, we don't want to build a blanket program for a need in this school versus that one. So we'll be doing a bunch of the backdrop and supporting the research and supporting in the development of a project plan and supporting the execution of that plan. But this really does fall on the school's best ability to focus on its families and its children.
Thank you, Shamari. Thank you.
And then
Eva, before you start, Erica, did you want to follow up to Shamari's comment and then we'll let Eva answer the other questions, or are you following up on Seema's questions?
It's related to the school building leadership comment. So
okay, so let's let Eva answer and then we'll jump you in.
Okay.
Okay. I wrote down that, you know, that some kids were feeling disconnected and some felt very connected. And that's why it's important that we get more continuity and have better training for our teachers. We get it. Last spring was not ideal for lots of folks. And some of our folks were able to provide an amazing experience, even though we'd never done this before. And others struggled with it, and others had, their world was falling apart in their own home with their own children being home and trying to figure out life at that time. And so we get that there were some differences, but we are planning on having a very consistent schedule and consistent approach to learning this year. And we are very much, as you heard Kelly Armaki talk about, we're very much focused on connection and peer connection. We heard that loud and clear from our students, that was critically important to them. They felt a huge sense of loss without having peer connections, because even though they were home, it's not like they were going to sports or hanging out with their friends or having sleepovers. All of that was gone. And so for us to provide those opportunities for them to connect is going to be critically important. We know that. So thank you for that. And then the small group and the one-on-one, I love the idea of every student having that. I don't know if we could pull it off, but I will say that in the schedules that we've been looking at, a lot more time will be devoted for small group and one-on-one. And we're looking at all of the adults that we have in the system and beyond, and how we can connect with kids. And so certainly that is something that would be aspirational for every student to have an online. I don't know if you said every day, but
oh no, I wasn't saying every day. I mean, because I know that in the normal course of a week, the little 30 seconds or a minute, they add up. And so I wondered, is it possible once a week to have a 5-minute, like every teacher aspires to connect with their students, and it might still be too hard, but because you've got to schedule all those meetings, but is there a way to get in or offer kind of like tutorial, but more, I think students often think of tutorial as if I have a problem or there's something I don't get, I go to tutorial. But this would be a little bit more revised to meet the needs of where we are, which is sometimes, especially kids who rely on their teachers for more than just strict academics. This would be an opportunity to have an open just how are you?
Right.
And I think that can give rise to other topics.
Yeah. And not every student feels comfortable even approaching their teacher. Some are more introverted and they're not going to do that. And so they will just quietly go unnoticed. And so we want to make sure that we're reaching out to every student. And we're not talking about just students who are struggling academically, every student. And that's what I hear you saying, I think, Seema.
Yes, exactly. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, thanks, Seema. Let's have Erica jump in, and then Seema, if you have another question, that's fine, but we'll just build on where you had already started. Erica?
Okay, thanks. Sorry, I'm going to leave my video off because all of you are frozen in various states, so I think that means mine's not going to work. So the question on the building leadership, we have several schools that have new leadership this year, either at the principal level or in the upper administration. And I'm just wondering, since our families really see school level communications, not district level for the most part during the school year, how are we supporting those communities in particular?
So this is Melissa, but we are putting together a whole principal guideline, handbook, etc. We have our normal ways, right, with our executive directors, and they provide coaching on an ongoing basis to all of our principals, including our new principals. But we're also putting together a principal handbook to help them in this COVID world with everything that's been developed, and it will include communications and other things, how to, ideas around principal coffees and all sorts of different pieces of it, so that as they open school, there will be information provided to them to in that fashion.
Thanks, Melissa, and thank you, Erica, for that great question. Shamari, did you have anything to add to that? Because I know you were also talking about building leadership and their participation in supporting all kids and engaging with families.
Yeah, the only thing I'll add for clarity is that we want to ensure that the building leadership as a whole has a strong foothold and great investment in the plan that's created by their holistic team. And whether it be the building leadership team, the BLT, or a team of members that are in that school building supporting the effort, there will be plenty of space for opportunity for feedback, for input, for multiple perspectives in the building space. So it won't just have to be the principals themselves. There should be a team of folks.
Thank you for that. And Jeff Thomas, did you want to add a little bit about how we support principals besides providing the extra materials that Melissa's talking about, more of our ongoing support system?
Absolutely. This is one thing that we are really proud of. We have a standing structure where new administrators are put into a cohort, a peer group that is led by Alexa Ullman. And so independent of everything else, this is designed to give them the just-in-training support as new administrators in their position. And as a matter of fact, they just finished their Bellevue School District leadership training a couple of minutes ago, which was version, I think, number 8 or 9. So they're already in process of doing that. And this has been one of our, I think, real shining lights in terms of supporting our administrators. And there's absolutely a heightened focus on what does it mean to be a leader during COVID-19.
All right, thank you for that. Erica, did you have any additional questions?
Sorry, I had muted myself again. Sort of generally similar to Seema's comment, the differentiating between elementary, middle, and high school. I wonder what preschool looks like, if we are even able to do that at all. And for the youngest kids, the ones who can't even read yet, maybe for kindergarten or first graders, I haven't been able to see all of the fall planning meetings. I have a standing meeting that's at the exact same time, and so I've not been able to see it. But I understand that the youngest kids are getting iPads, not computers. But what is there going to be any nuance between the earliest learners and maybe later elementary school kids?
Yes, thank you for that. Heather, Edlin, do you want to come on and share a little bit?
Yeah, I'll talk a little bit about what we're planning with our earliest learners. I do have to say that given the information we got from the governor today, we may need to look back at some of these recommendations. So I just want to put that out there in terms of what we're looking at. But we are certainly looking at trying to have more in-person time for our youngest learners, but looking at looking at the students who are furthest away from educational justice. And so that's one of the pieces, and really making sure that we have those, so the instructional priorities for them, being able that we make sure that we have instructional chunks that are relevant for them, whether those are remote or in person, and looking at I think the environment. There's some pieces that we've learned over the course of childcare, I would say, around the incursions that happen between students, especially our youngest students when they're in person. So it's that balance, I think, for us of focusing on the educational aspects and the safety aspects. And so trying to find the best balance of those. We are looking at, how do we realize, and the guidance that we got today from the governor matches that the risk of COVID for those students is less. But we did get information in the meeting today that like for example, children from the ages of 10 to 19 spread it just as much as adults. And so there is still that risk of for young children spreading it into their homes. And so mitigating that risk is still a big question for us. The other piece that I would say, and I think Melissa maybe wants to speak to this too, is we're trying to figure out what we can do in a financially responsible way, but also support our most needy students in this environment, because we have students who are furthest from educational justice who really need that early intervention, and they need it to be in a really meaningful way. At the same time, preschool programs are not highly funded by the state. So trying to get creative about how we're looking about creating funding sources to be able to provide the best early learning experiences.
All right, thank you for that. Carolyn, I'm not sure you've gotten to ask a question yet.
Yeah,
Did you want to
I haven't gotten to say anything. I've been a bit distracted because I'm very interested in this memo from our deputy superintendent's a cover memo to the draft of the plan to OSPI, and I'm just wondering how I didn't see it. I'm searching through my old emails, and if I feel like I didn't receive it in time to review it before this meeting. So I just sad for that. I just can't find it. And then, so did we get it before today?
So we can track that down, Carolyn, but I do want to assure you that there is time to give feedback. It's just harder because it's best to give that feedback in a board meeting so that other board members know what you're giving feedback about and can comment and ask.
I just wanted to have read it before this meeting, and I don't feel like I received it. And I feel like from the way Eva was talking, she's surprised that I didn't receive it.
Okay, Carolyn, so we should track that down.
Okay, so that's an administrative point. But in terms of more substantive questions, which I don't know, they could be answered in the document. But is OSPI setting a minute requirement? And the reason why I'm asking that is I think they are. And I'm getting a lot of things in my inbox from parents of younger kids, kindergarten, first, second grade, who just there's confusion in the community about the minute requirement and whether these Erica was just touching on it, whether these little kids are going to be expected to be in front of a computer for X number of hours a day. And I'm just getting a lot of concern about that. And how can we make this whole remote learning thing work for the little kids whose attention spans just may not be long enough? That's one question. And my second question is a little further down the road when we go to the hybrid model, if we ever get to do that. My concern is with the schedule as it is now with all those periods, are we constructing that schedule with the goal of minimizing context? Because the virus is the virus, right? So it just seems to me that if there would be a way to have fewer contexts if you didn't do all 7 periods. So I'm thinking you probably took those things into account, but I'm wanting to know.
So I can address the first one. So the most recent things that I have seen, yes, we're going to be accountable for an average of 1,027 hours of instruction over the course of the year. No, we do not expect all our learners to be in front of the computer for that long every day, because it does not have to be synchronized. So the asynchronous learning counts as part of those minutes as well. So it doesn't have to be somebody broadcasting for 6.5 hours a day. Okay. All the asynchronous, the small group instruction, where it's a much smaller group that they're interacting with, all of that counts towards that.
There's a misapprehension out there in the community. So it'll be great if, as soon as we can communicate that they won't be having a plop in front of the computer and stick there for 3 hours at age 5.
Right, right.
And then my other one was the hybrid, which is, I think, a little further out there, but minimizing context in a hybrid schedule.
Well, part of the way that we're going to minimize it is how classes are going to be released as well, so that the contact in the hallways and things. And 7 periods is a lot of periods, but I know that they're looking at trying to minimize the amount of movement for kids, but yeah, we are having a 7-period day at this point.
All right, I'm going to chime in. Carolyn, I also hadn't seen the update materials, but we know that our back to school planning stuff in general, like I have found it generally comes in a lot close to day of, because there's so much new stuff happening every single day on it. And Eileen checked, and I believe that we did not receive those materials ahead of time.
Yeah, because I don't want to be remiss in my duties ever, and I really think this document is interesting.
Okay, so I want to make sure that board members do have a chance, because we will at our next board meeting need to vote on it. So what we can do, in addition to suggesting that board members submit individual comments and questions to the superintendent, we do have a board development workshop on the Monday before our next Wednesday board meeting, so in a week and a half. So I think that if any issues can't be resolved via just a simple question or piece of feedback to staff, and that they require board discussion to think about together, why don't we just plan to save a few minutes in that training session, so that if there are any issues that the district needs to bring back to us, or the board needs to bring back to the district, once we've had a chance to really more deeply review that, we can do that. Does that work?
Thank you.
Okay, great. And hopefully that works for others too. But please, I encourage everyone on the board, if you do have questions or concerns, it's great if you could also submit them to Dr. Duran and Eileen first, and then we can also bring them up at that meeting. Okay, thank you. So Carolyn, any other questions on the reopening plan? I think we are getting close to time capacity here, but I want to make sure everyone gets a chance to ask questions here. Francine.
Yeah, so my questions are in 3 areas. So one, the primary area is around the learning. So we've known all along that we were going to have students in remote learning, those that pick 100% virtual, as well as potentially others, and now it's everyone. And we really don't have any information on that still. So you mentioned that Sharon has information on a model. There's information about the universal screening part. So I'd like to hear more about that. Christine's saying we're running out of time, but that is like a huge area that we have not talked about in any of these meetings for the last couple of months. And I feel it's just mission critical. So that's one area. The second area is that you presented us the information on families and students and what they responded, but nothing about the staff survey. They do still have some concerns about how we're going to be staffing education for our students. So I'd like to hear a little bit about that. I know we touched a little bit on the schedules and things like that, but still knowing that we are set to go in terms of staffing. And then the third area is that when we discussed at the last meeting, acknowledgement that because of public health reasons, we needed to go remote. It was primarily remote, and that we would be doing a variety of things that would make remote learning better than it was in the spring. So we've touched on some of those, and then hopefully with the learning piece, we'll touch on more. But it was also that we would bring in some of our students. And so I wanted to hear more about that, where we are in that thinking. So for example, kindergarten families usually meet with their kindergarten teachers beforehand, and then they're placed into classes. Are we still doing that? Would that be in person? Are we going to try to have them meet via Teams? Are they still having that type of contact? Will we be bringing them into small groups to meet their teachers? Will we be doing, that for our youngest learners? I think potentially kindergarten and first grade. It's great to see that there's the EdTech program, but what are we doing? There was some mention about bringing in students to have access to connectivity. Those are just whole pieces that maybe they don't go into the OSPI plan, but for me, they're essential in how we are starting school. And so that's that other big third bucket that I really want to hear more about.
I can talk about staffing a bit.
And I can
So
have Sharon come on for the instructional model and assessment plan.
Yeah. From a staffing perspective, we're still working through that right now in terms of all the staff surveys that came back and where staff have are high risk and have medical issues and wouldn't be able to report in person at all. We're trying to do some of the heavy lifting with respect to staffing right now so that when we are able to come back in person in a hybrid model, that we can actually do that quickly and not have to shuffle kids between instructors and courses and that kind of a thing, which is why we're looking at who can be in person now versus who is considered high risk, and trying to align staff that way. I know one of your concerns, Francine, was when there's a singleton instructor and how would we manage that? Well, part of that is going to be managed kind of across schools. So, for example, the middle school gifted, where there's a program at Tyee and a program at Odell, we could potentially have a teacher that teaches at Odell also teach kids at Tyee in the BSD virtual, so that both of them, both the virtual are being taught by a single teacher. So there's going to be some of that shuffling going on as we look broadly across our entire system to best align educators to students and to meet those needs.
All right, so I just comment that I understand that there are, right now, we've asked families to make a decision to choose 100% remote virtual versus the hybrid model, which is now remote as well. And that the students may be primarily in one stream or the other. But there's this thinking, I guess, that the instructors need to be primarily or completely in one stream or another. And yet, potentially that isn't the case. And that's why I was hoping that we would have some sort of update on that, especially if we're going to the 7-period day, which I do have reservations about that. I think I'm echoing Carolyn a little bit and being a little disappointed that we're not doing something with cohorting to facilitate return to school for students. But especially if we are doing that 7-period day, it does seem that some teachers could be teaching one period, one group of students, and then another period, another group of students. And so just urging that if this is still in consideration, that we are creative in how we're thinking about this and not saying that everything is some dichotomy, that it's an either or, that it might actually facilitate if we realize that there can be cross pollination, not just among schools, but among models as well.
Yes. Yeah, and we are looking at that as well, especially where there are limited numbers of instructors for a particular class or subject area.
So my main questions were the other two areas. So really hearing more about learning if we have time, but I just feel like that's critical and we just haven't had it at all. And then also what we are doing to really serve learners who would greatly benefit from having in-person time. And we do have some latitude to do that. And so trying to really get those students off to a good start.
All right, Francine, I appreciate this set of questions that you have asked. I think that they are a critical set. I think we were also, I'll just mention, we were hoping, we're thrilled that the state is providing some level of guidance about when to transition.
Motion detected at the
when
awesome
it makes
purple door.
most sense, so sorry, to transition from one phase to the next. But the state did not provide any guidance about contact limitations, and in almost every other industry they provide guidance about percent occupancy of buildings or facilities, and they did not provide that to us, and they did not provide anything about number of contacts. So for all of the cases that we have that magnify things like moving from classroom to classroom, that is one scenario, using buses as well as mixing with your own classroom, having teachers teach multiple things. I am sure these are challenging for us to manage, but it would be super helpful if there were some notes in our plan, our back to school plan, that helped our community and folks understand how we are managing those and what our approach is to that. Because I mean, we certainly are aware of it, so we should have an approach to that would be great.
Just to comment that we do have a plan for that. It was presented today at our implementation team meeting by Patty Sigworth and her team. And she, so it is a plan about, it isn't a plan for the cohort, the 4-period day. It's a plan about how do we minimize contact and how do we mitigate the concerns that are coming up around potential, sorry, my kids just showed up at our house. This is like one of the things of being at home, or older kids just showed up. So, but we do have a plan around that, and we can share that if you'd like, if you want us to wait or send it to you, or however you want us to share. We have a lot of information we could share with you. We might, you know, overwhelm you with some of the information we could share with you, but we do have a plan about that. Also, Heather Edlund is leading the in-person plan that Francine was asking about, that, you know, prioritizing some students to come in person for some services. And she has a whole team of folks. And she just shared some of the thinking around that, although some of that may be changing with the governor's report today, but we do have a plan around that. I'm trying to see the kindergarten and WA kids. We have a team of kindergarten teachers who are working on that plan. I'm guessing it'll likely be remote. I can't imagine them meeting with all of the different parents, you know, in their classrooms face to face. So I'm guessing that will be their plan as well.
And Eva, I want to clarify something. Francine just gave me a ping there and said, hey, I must have missed something in the governor's conference where it was mentioned that the number of contacts should be mapped somewhat to the phases of the counties are in. So if there's already guidance about, you know, limits to 5 or what have you, I think there's some advice on that we can apply and use, which is probably why Heather was saying we need to take a quick look and see where we're at. So that's great. I want to ask the board right now, we can pretty much handle the agenda we have. Maybe we need to get rid of something small, but if you have additional questions, this is the core of our work right now. So I want to know if you'd like to remove something else from the agenda and continue with questions, or if everyone has questions answered. I don't want to push in any direction. I want to make sure that we're addressing the issues we need to address. So board, can you each just weigh in with me on whether you have additional questions or not, and where you're at? And then I think John Harrison had something he was going to add to one of Francine's questions earlier. So if we need to hear from him, we'll do that after we've heard from the board members.
So I'd like to hear about the learnings. I'd like to hear from Sharon about the model. I'd like to hear more about the universal screening. And then I think John might weigh in on the grading, which I think would really be important to hear where we are on that, because that is really important for the upcoming year.
Okay. Oh, thank you.
Sharon just had to step away. She had a family emergency. But Naomi can share about the universal screening. Naomi, would you mind sharing?
Let's hang on and let's make just because I want to give the board members a chance to make sure we're all on the same page and if we want to adjust the schedule. I believe that Seema, you'd like some more time. I think Erica would like to hear this question answered as well. I'm reading these things out loud because it's harder because we're not all in person and we need to make sure everyone hears the comment. And I think that Carolyn, can you just say what you wanted to say?
I'm benefiting from hearing the answers to these questions. So yes.
Great. Thank you.
I'm benefiting from hearing the answers, and I made a proposal for what we could take off, which I thought was part of your question. So I said, how about if we have to drop something, we consider the updates being maybe put out till the next meeting, as well as maybe the first policy reading.
Yes, that is exactly where I was going. So that would be great. SIFE committee, can you just confirm that it's okay if we remove the first reading on the threat assessment piece from this meeting and try to bring it back to another meeting?
That one actually cannot, because it has to be implemented before the start of the school year. We could probably move the second reading from non-discrimination.
But I prefer not to. But we cannot delay first reading on school-based threat assessments.
Okay, so tell you what, why don't we take, since we don't pass our committee plans tonight, why don't we assume that we're going to remove all of item 7? And because we already know we're not doing 0150 and 0300, and the status reports have been submitted, the board draft plans have been submitted. You can bring back your questions to the next meeting. We won't pass those till September. That gives us some time, not a ton, but a little bit. And we'll hear Francine's questions answered, and we'll keep going on this, and then we'll take public comments, because I don't want to interrupt this space. I find that this is the most important stuff we're doing, so I am really happy to hear these answers. All right, is that agreeable? Any board member want to weigh in and say, no, I missed the point?
I think that's fine. I just had one question later on about committee work, about whether we wanted to try to have all of our committees have the same format for the reports, but we could figure that out.
Yeah, that would be nice for us to do, but we can sort that out. Yeah. All right. So let's proceed with answers. Eva, please. Thank you for that pause.
Thank you. I'm going to start with Naomi and let her talk about the Universal Screening and Assessment Plan.
Sure.
Thank you.
So the plan is quite long because it differs by grade level and by subject. We've got it for both literacy and for math. And for our Spanish dual language and immersion programs, we also have plans that we're developing for both languages. So I'm guessing you want a high-level overview here, so I'm just going to walk you through the basics, and then if you have additional questions, I'm happy to answer those. So the way the plan is framed is we start with the Universal Screener, which is supposed to be a fairly short assessment that tells us are kids generally on track, or are there kids that we need to pay additional attention to that they're going to need additional supports. So what we're using for our Universal Screener varies by subject and grade level. We are using Remote STAR in some cases. We piloted that with just a handful of teachers in elementary in the spring. It went well. We're optimistic we'll be able to do it this fall. If we start and run into major problems of any kind, we have a plan B, so we'll be able to adapt. Our adaptive software that we're going to be using also has some screeners or diagnostics that we could use, and students in some of them have to start with a placement test anyway, so that also gives us additional information. For the students who are flagged in the screener, they'll take a deeper diagnostic, and that will give teachers more information about where the students are at. It also might help place them more specifically or precisely within the adaptive software packages. Excuse me. So one of the concepts that we've been working with as we've been designing our assessment system is we really want to make sure that we have some just-in-time assessments so that all of our students are working on grade level standards. That's really important so that they're staying up with their grade level and not necessarily just focused on unfinished learning that they may have had from prior years. So one of the ways that we're doing that, and again, it differs by level, but I'll just give secondary math as an example. The students are going to be taking pre-unit assessments for each unit, and that will tell teachers whether or not there are specific prerequisite skills that the students need to be successful in the unit that's coming up. And if there are students who haven't mastered those skills, then we have various ways to help them get caught up so that they can continue learning the grade level standards with their class. And then we also have post-unit assessments for each of the units, which are going to be our new interims. And that way we keep tabs on both what they need before they start the unit in order to be successful, and have they been successful at the end of the unit. And then at the end of the year, we have various ways of measuring proficiency. If we're back in person, we'll be able to do in-person STAR for that. And if we're not, regardless, we'll have the student pathways through the adaptive software that will give us, if all goes as planned, a really good sense of student mastery down to individual standards and skills and subskills. So that is the plan in a nutshell. Happy to answer more detailed questions.
Thanks, Naomi. That was wonderful. It's great to hear that that's going on for math and literacy. and it sounds like that's provided at a district level. For other subjects, how are teachers going to be supported in terms of doing similar types of assessments? I hear a lot of concerns that it seems like many educators are spending a lot of time trying to figure out not only best practices for remote learning, but how to figure out all these things that you just talked about, but in other subjects. And so do we have supports laid out for at a district level so that we don't have lots and lots of people spending time reinventing the wheel?
That's a great question. I have been involved primarily in the literacy and math. I know curriculum developers and the objects in the other subject areas have been working on that, but I can't speak to that. So I will defer to Sharon when she's back.
Okay, Eva, do you want to chime in on that one at all? Or Francine, I feel like there was another one that you asked that might have gotten lost in the shuffle. Let's make sure we hit all of them.
It's about bringing students in for some.
Oh, well, the other one was around remote learning, and so that was also in Sharon's wheelhouse. So I'm not sure if someone else can speak about best practices for remote learning, because again, not only does every educator and student need that at this point, but there's just, we're hearing a lot that I feel like that there hasn't been the support around that. So it sounds like professional development is coming along, and yet, what is that going to look like? How do we know that we have the best practices ready, aside from just saying, hey, small groups are important?
Can I share my screen, Jen or Mike? And so I can show.
Yeah, you should be able to just share as per normal. Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you. I'm just going to enlarge this document that I have so that when I share, that you'll actually be able to see it. It won't look so tiny. Okay. Let's see. Structural model. There it is. Okay, so this is the plan that the implementation team that's been working on instructional model has been working on, and it's really includes the familiar basics of good instruction, of planning and delivering instruction, and then reflecting on instruction, and all of the things that you would find, for example, in Charlotte Danielson's domains of quality instruction. However, what the group has been looking at is what are universal designs for learning and culturally responsive and sustaining practices, and how are those missing, let's say, from that framework, and how can we infuse those while layering on the complexity of remote learning. So thinking about how we can work with our teachers on just good instruction, and then layering on, and by the way, while we're in remote learning, what are some things for us to consider in terms of what we're learning about best practices. So this is this is what they're using as their, I guess, guiding document. And I won't be able to speak to it as eloquently, I think, as Sharon would if she were here. Again, she just texted me that there was a family medical emergency and she had to leave. So I'll give you a little bit, and then of course we can have her at another time, maybe at the Monday meeting, or happy to send you some things through email if you'd like. But basically this planning document goes through what a teacher, what I just described, the planning, the delivery, the reflection on teaching. And some of this is just really familiar and basic, for example, objectives, but what's new and different learning are what are the priority standards, for example. And so as we're using some of the familiar around instruction, how do we lift some of the things that are new, maybe new learning for our teachers, such as priority standards, for example. Also thinking about upfront, you see the first guiding questions are, which students do you especially need to think of when planning. And so this is bringing that forward instead of the afterthought of, oh, here's something I want my students to learn. Oh, now how shall I adapt it for my students for whom English is not their first language? So instead of doing that, thinking about that up front and what do my students need and how will I present that? And then begin the planning process, if that makes sense. And this is sandwiched in the lesson design. So it's at the beginning and then it's again at the end in the reflection. The other pieces that are in here, I'll just highlight a few. I won't go through the whole thing, but I'm happy to send it to you. Planning for engagement, this Ignite, Chunk, Chew, and Review this is a practice that's really also not new. It's just maybe packaged differently, but this is something that you would learn about and read about through Zoretta Hammond's work with culturally responsive teaching and learning in the brain. And so she gives some really great strategies on how you ignite students and activate their brains. And she calls it priming them for learning. And it's a practice that she will say is often left out for our students of color and for our students that we've mostly marginalized. And so, and part of that has to do with our own biases and ways of thinking, but being really intentional in your planning and then in your instruction on this Ignite. And for many students, actually it benefits all students, for all of us, when we Ignite, we're really drawing in like, oh, I really need to know about this. You're really drawing in the interest, but also priming the students' brains for learning. And so there are some specific things about that. And then Chunk, Chew, and Review. These are just ways for us to think about how we give students time. We don't spend the bulk of our time with the direct instruction, but the bulk of the time is spent on the chew and how kids then have to think about and wrestle with the learning and make meaning of it. So those are some things that are built into the instructional plan. It isn't anything that's really remarkable, like this is going to be such heavy lifting, but there is a lot of heavy lifting in here because there are a lot of things woven in here that we traditionally have not considered when planning instruction. So Francine, I'd be happy to send this to you if you would like, or happy to have Sharon have a chat with you if you'd like, if you have a lot of questions about it.
So Eva, I have a couple of follow-up questions on this.
Sure.
I want to understand how we know like teachers are positioned to execute on these best practices. We know that the majority of what you just showed us is already best practices. Several of them have had training in it already because we've done the culturally responsive teaching. So that's a good position to be in, but we also know that being in that position, everyone doesn't execute those all as it is. And with COVID, and the remote learning, it becomes more important how things are executed. Second thing that I'm not sure I understand is, what are we as a district doing to facilitate making sure that lessons have those parts attached to them? Like, is there something we're doing to enrich district curriculum or to allow that teachers, as they're doing their own plans, to submit and share in a form? Like, what are we doing to increase the likelihood that teachers will be in a position to execute in that way?
Thank you. So a few things. One, yes, district curriculum, our curriculum developers are part of this planning process and a part of this team. And so definitely these are the kinds of things that we can put into our district curriculum because we're fortunate enough that we have such a rich curriculum department that we don't just purchase shelf materials and then implement, blindly as the shelf materials are given to us. We take them and enrich them for the context of our school district. So yes, this is something that we can build into our district curriculum, but also into our work with our teachers in terms of their training and professional learning. And that we want to model in our own professional learning practices when we're providing those in, let's say, workshops or seminars. However, the most impactful way to change instructional practice, which is really difficult to change once habits have been formed, is through peer coaching and through peer review and through professional learning communities, where together we're going to hold each other accountable and give each other critical feedback and be a critical friend. And we're going to commit to these practices and we're going to study them together. And we're going to chunk and chew it, ourselves. And so that's one of the reasons we're super excited about launching these PLC groups, is that at the school level, the school can determine within the context of their school and their students and their data, where do we need, what's our entry point, and what are we going to chunk and chew this year, and how are we going to ensure that those practices are being implemented and implemented well and with fidelity, and that we can give each other feedback and grow, and that we're here to coach and partner with each other, and not, you know, this isn't about a gotcha or a, you know, it's about improving student learning and outcomes and the whole experience for kids, the whole learning experience, because we can improve student learning without necessarily improving the experience, and we want to do both. I'm not sure if I completely answered your question, but the idea
did. That's great, and I think you alluded to some of the work that Heather Sanchez was going to talk about. So I don't know if we need to hear any more about that, but if other board members have further questions about the professional development, we can hear about that. Are there other questions? And Francine, are all your questions getting answered? Because I think you and I talk a good amount about learning and whether or not it's truly reflected in all of our plans. And I think that the set of questions you asked gave us a good walk through most of that. Do you have others? And does anyone else have others that you want to add to the mix?
It's just so Eva, yes, I'd love to see that document, and it's great to hear that we're really working on, you know, best instructional practices and then layering the remote. I just didn't really see the layering of the remote part there, but maybe it's in the parts that I couldn't see of the document. And I do have concerns in the spring, as much as we're caveating that there was we weren't ready. At least there existed already a relationship and norms that teachers had been able to establish with their students. And so going in, you know, part and parcel also with staffing is, and I don't need to know all the details, but I'd just like to know that that, you know, educators, especially those with the youngest students, potentially know that they have other adults who are going to be able to help them with small groups, or just being able to help manage the kids through the screen. So I didn't really see those practices for remote to get students and educators off to a robust start. And it seems like involving families, again, for the youngest students will be critical to keep them from just wandering off. Right? Like, how do we know we'll actually be educating them there if they're not there while the screens are on, and then while the screens are off, that education is still happening? And so those are the parts that I still don't see, and I just want to make sure that we have a really clear plan and have tested it to know that it will have a good chance of succeeding.
Yeah, thank you for that. And last spring, when our curriculum department leaders were researching, so what are some of the best practices in remote, some of the things that were popping were really related to social emotional learning and how to embed that into your lesson plan. And so I didn't mention that, but that is one of the things that was found, and actually embedding that in your lesson plan is actually appropriate, whether it's in remote or not, but just really critical in terms of in remote. And so those include having an inclusive welcoming, and there are strategies on what that means and definitions of what an inclusive opening is. And then also having really engaging strategies, what that would mean in the remote environment, and having an optimistic closure, which I thought, well, that's really interesting. You know, we should practice that more as adults, having this optimistic closure. But those are the sort of three, they're CASEL approaches or CASEL competencies, and so that are included in a lesson plan. That is something that we have not launched before, and something that we want to get consistent about ensuring that our teachers are using these practices, particularly when we're starting in remote, but continuing them when we're back full in person.
All right, before we jump onto a question from Carolyn, I want to call out that there are different areas of our district where folks are calling out that they are working with classified staff who have found new roles and to play in this whole educational process, and actually were quite instrumental in executing some of our plans in the spring, and really connecting with students and helping students to make it through to graduation. So Patty Seaworth is saying that she and Jeff Thomas from HR are working on to identify the needs for classified support staff provided. I think that's around professional development and work there. And Heather Edlund is mentioned that her implementation plans for special needs work and those for this educational justice, that there is classified support for those students as well. If anyone wants to ask follow-up questions, I just want to make sure that every bit of the meeting is in the record. Carolyn, you have a question, then I'm going to ask a question that goes back to where Francine's stuff was leaving off.
Okay, so my question is going to start with a comment. I was really struck by a historical analogy to the time when television was first invented, and people were used to doing radio programs. So they got onto the television and they did radio programs. And if you look at those early days of television, there was people standing there with microphones basically doing what they would have done. And so the analogy to our times is that there, just like with, there's so many things in television in that medium that were not explored or exploited at that time because people just didn't even think of them. There's probably a lot of things to do with online learning that we could do different or possibly even better, you know, than, although I do believe in person. But do we have anybody in the district who is like looking at things like on the edge there, the things that, you know, that may be coming from best practices around the country? I don't know where these ideas would come from, but just completely new ways of taking advantage of the fact that we have to be online. And I think Zaretta Hammond and inclusive welcomes and those sorts of things, optimistic closures, that's all good, but we could have done that in the regular classroom. But what are we doing that's like specifically remote?
Eva, do you want to take that or yeah?
I'm sorry, I'm just tired.
I know that would make
my brain is starting to shut down. I'm like, okay, yeah, we no, there are a lot of really great ideas. I see Patty, I think you're wanting to say something, but there are a lot of really great and creative ideas. And I do think now is the time for us to be looking at, and we have a lot of folks, I think, who would want to try some different things. And I think what we've been talking about is let's go with the goers, the folks who are ready to try some of these new and exciting things. Like, I don't know if I should even go into it, but like there are some really cool ideas on, I don't know, Patty, should I share about the robot? There's just some really cool things that we can do given this situation that actually would be really cool for, and maybe solve some issues that we face. Even when you know, like there's unique solutions that we can find now with our remote access. Okay, I'll give a small one that's not that exciting, but this is a small one that's actually had a big impact. Huddles and like quick meetings and stuff. We never did those. We never did huddles because you got to drive here and go there and get people together. They take 10 minutes and they're so informational, or 20 minutes and they're so informational. And our principals were doing those every day. And it just talk about communication being wide open and ideas being shared quickly and in the moment, and problem solving in the moment, and just positive energy getting going. I mean, huddles. And then teachers were doing those with their kids. And so there are things like that that we can do that are pretty cool. And Jeff Thomas, I need to give him a shout out because apparently that came from HR. And people are saying that was a game changer. But there are also really like fancy and fun things that we can do. And the robot thing is the one that I was going to mention, is that we had a principal for whom we were concerned about potential risk, right? But who wants to be at school, for example, but won't be able to be out there in the cafeteria, for example. And so, you know, we're looking at piloting the use of this robot thing. It's got a little iPad attached to it, and it's got cameras on it, and it's got microphones on it, and it can go around remote control, and the principal could go into the cafeteria, and it has the principal's like the person's face right on the iPad. It is the coolest thing, and it is so funny. And talk about bringing joy and making something fun while you're in a not so great situation where people are distanced. So things like that we've looked at. I know it wasn't that popular to talk about the live streaming and broadcasting, but there are some goers and people who might want to do that. Cool. Let's just try some of those things, because you know how that could benefit? It could benefit for when we're 100% back and 100% normal, but you have the kid who has to stay home because of the broken leg or the whatever, or they needed to go out of town because there was a family emergency and the family had to take their kid. They could actually log in, and that's a cool thing. So there are some things that we're learning. Also, overnight, we went to one-to-one for our little kids. And we found out, hey, they're pretty good at using these devices, as we already kind of knew. So there are some things like that, Carolyn, that are super exciting that we are learning through this remote. So thank you for asking that.
Okay, I'm glad to hear about there's some excitement. That's good.
Yeah, I think the other thing I'd just add real quickly, Carolyn, is that, we also have done a little bit of work with CERPI, the Center for Reinventing Public Education, and they do a lot of culling of different practices and arounds. I know Naomi has been working with some of our school leaders to be thinking, some of the best practices and other things that we can do. So we are reaching out and branching out to kind of bring in some of those pieces so that we can really think about that. What does some reinvention look for us? So I also really believe that, we need to really do, more work and support, for our schools to really be thinking about this at that school level, because I believe that there's a lot of locus of controller that we'd want to see. And then Kelly Armaki, also, do you want to just add on that one around some of the work with ELL and the work with SED, that's WestEd, that's going to be coming up?
Yeah, just a couple of things. I mean, I'm thinking about, like, with innovation, it's hard to do it when it's too big, but at the individual school level is where we see a lot of the exciting kind of cutting edge stuff happening. And so, Carolyn, I thought your example was really good. It's like you change the platform, but then the practices are the same. But this is an opportunity to flip it. And so our MLL department, Chitra, our new MLL director, she's bringing in WestEd, and they're a renowned organization for kind of thinking out of the box for language learners, but they're going to be coming and working with some of our title schools to look at, like, what does instructional practice online look like when it centers the language learner. And so we're going to do some learning around that later in August. And then Ardmore is a really great school where they're trying on all these innovations, but I think what's happening at that school is they're trying to flip the whole thing. It's like they're trying to not take old models of learning and make it fit into new models of learning, but what they really want to do is, like, how would it totally look different? And so what they're trying to do over at Ardmore is to build out learning progressions. So taking the standards and building out progressions so that kids and families know kind of, here's the progressions that your kids are going to be learning. And then kids, it's not dependent on seat time. It's like kids can kind of move at their own pace. Teachers can work more in small groups and bring kids along these progressions. But as long as kids keep moving, the teacher keeps pushing. Because one thing that remote does for us that is very different than brick and mortar is that you don't have all 25, 30 kids in front of you and you're trying to engage everybody at the same time. I mean, you really can, like, move kids at their own pace. And so this idea of, like, setting competency-based learning and progressions is something that they're trying, but it's very different than what we've done traditionally. So, and then that's just two examples, but we have other schools that are trying on other innovative type practices like that.
Well, great. I'm glad to hear it.
All right. This is great information. It's inspiring and it's kind of exciting and got everyone a little energized. So this is a nice place to kind of move us to in the discussion. I thank the folks for sharing and doing all this stuff. So I was bringing all this to our attention. So before we end this, I have a comment left to make. I want to make sure that everyone else is completed. We'll take a short break and then we'll go ahead, come back to public comments and so forth. So my comment or question in all of this is, love the fact that we're not trying to over standardize or lowest common denominator, our plans, and that we're allowing for innovations and so forth. Love the fact that we're trying a lot of different things and that there are details in so many different places. These different things that we want people to sort of incorporate, that by focusing on this practice or that practice or this thing or that thing, that we will, I wonder how we keep us focused on outcomes for kids. And I wonder how the PLC process that you're bringing back at such a critical moment can be leveraged to help people hold our whole district together accountable for getting results for kids in terms of their learning, their social emotional wellness, and finding ways to know if we're on track for that. Because by doing this planning work outside of the annual plan process as other pieces, it's hard for me to know how we're going to know that we're having success, both in terms of implementing with fidelity and in terms of getting the results for kids that we want. So I see great comfort in seeing in the the annual plan, the piece that Naomi described deeply about being able to monitor growth and progress in multiple areas throughout the school year, and not as a sort of exercise separate from it. So that's great. We're on track to have a way of seeing there. But how do we make sure that we're monitoring for the rest of the results that each of these processes is trying to drive, and how do we keep everyone on the same page? I don't know if you have an answer to that, but I do think it's something that needs additional articulation and coordination. Maybe it will come out of the Leadership Institute. I don't know. Ivan, do you have any comments on that, or Eva?
No, I say that I think that, I think the example that you just brought up with Naomi, what we're doing in the area of goal 2, I mean, does align with what we've been thinking about for both, the strategic plan work and the goal work, and, everything is centered around there, around knowing where our students are when they come back early in the fall. So I think there's been definitely some intentionality around there, but there are a number of practices that we're going to be, trying out and really trying to bring in. So I think it takes some time for us to see how they are incorporated and utilized by our educators. But I mean, I think what you're bringing up is a good point for us to be considering as we think about some of these other projects that may not be directly connected to the annual plan at this time.
Great, thank you for that. John Harrison, did you want to give us a final comment on the equitable grading piece? I mentioned that you had a comment to share earlier and I forgot to bring you back in.
Sure. Thank you for the opportunity to provide some optimistic closure to this line of questioning. When I put my hand up earlier, I just wanted to kind of address something Francine had asked about earlier. And yeah, we do have a plan to kind of orient families with WA kids remotely. I have just recently called elementary principals together, as well as secondary principals, in a separate meeting to really look at our orientation activities for students and families, now that we know we need to do them remotely, to make sure that we've got consistency of experience across the district and that all schools are providing opportunities for new kids and families to be oriented to their new building. So that is in the works, and optimistic about that. And with respect to the grading proposal, I said last time, or at your last meeting, that I'm leading a team of wonderful educators that have developed a proposal for a grading plan for this coming school year. You got a sneak preview of that on Friday when Eileen sent her board report. She included a one-page summary of the proposal that went to the implementation team last week. And it's basically a package of 5 classroom assessment and grading practices that, if implemented, when implemented, will ensure more equitable results for students, because grades hopefully will be more accurate and resistant to bias and more motivational for students. And there's also a recommendation to implement, phased in, mind you, a 0 to 4 grading scale with a minimum grading floor. That one is going to take more time and more effort and more discussion and support to further flesh it out. And the idea would be that we start to implement that in the second semester. So that's kind of a very high level overview of the work that's being done, and really excited about it.
All right, thank you. Board members, is there anything burning, or shall we move to a break? Okay, so we're going to a break, 5 minutes. We'll come back here at 6:42, and we will pick up with the first reading. Oh, sorry, the second reading. Is it of no first reading of the school-based threat assessment?
Comments.
Public comments.
Oh, sorry. Yes, we'll do the public comments. Then we'll do the school-based threat assessment. I apologize. Yes. All right. So 5 minutes. 7:43 or 6:43. 6:43. Thanks. Board members, can you go ahead and just let me know that you're back, and we'll probably pick up here. We're about a minute after what I had stated. Sorry about that. I see at least 2 other board members back. I'll just look to verify. 3. Carolyn, if you can hear me, just verify that you are back and we will get started. I see the superintendent is also back. Okay. So most folks are back at this point. I'm going to go ahead and start us by reading the public comment introduction, and then hopefully that'll give folks a chance to just all assemble and we'll get back. So here goes.
Back.
Awesome, thank you. All right, so this is actually one of our important parts of our meeting where we really get to hear from the public. And so here is the statement that we make to make sure that everyone understands the process. The board has accepted public comments for this meeting via online written submissions and will share up to 3 minutes of each comment as read by the board coordinator or other designee of the board. To maximize the number of comments read, if there are more than 3 comments, the board president may shorten the number of minutes of each comment to be read. The board will listen to all comments carefully, but will generally not respond to comments spontaneously or without further deliberation. Complaints about specific personnel will not be heard in open session and will not be part of the record of any public meeting. Harassing or derogatory statements about any persons or groups of persons will not be heard. All public comments submitted online and in compliance with stated requirements, whether or not they are read aloud during the meeting, will be included as part of the official record for the next regular board meeting following receipt of the comments. So Jen, you've got an assembly of our comments. If you could please share with us, that would be very helpful.
Okay. Is someone checking the keeping the time here? Did I share it? No.
Yeah, Mike and I will work on keeping time for you together. He'll time it, and I will give you a verbal warning if we're getting too late or on any of them.
Okay, so as at 6:46, there are 5 comments, and I'll just start at the top. Christine, is that what you like? Okay. From Therese Delaney, the topic or summary is replace SRO officers. Please replace school SRO officers with counselors and mental health professionals. It makes sense to treat the problems of young people rather than punish them. Thank you. Therese Delaney. From Doherty Family et al., workplace bullying. Hello, Superintendent Duran and Bellevue School Board. It's time for some real corrective action by all board members and Superintendent Duran. Bellevue School District workplace bullying and retaliation for decades need to stop. Remember, you recited the Pledge of Allegiance tonight and said with liberty and justice for all. Please back up those words for all stakeholders of BSD 405. Much appreciated, Doherty Family et al. From Melinda Ellian, push for a timeline for review of the SRO program. Members of the school board, as you know, the request for the removal of SROs from the school buildings has been a driving demand of our students of color that are affiliated with Eastside for Black Lives. So far, the request has been publicly met with a both sides video from the superintendent and nothing else. I respectfully request that you push for a timeline as to when a review of the program will be complete and a recommendation forwarded to you for consideration. Since this should be part of the budgeting process for next year, I would expect the decision will need to happen before our students return to the school buildings. We have unnecessarily distracted students from the education they are entitled to for too long with the presence of the SROs. Please make a commitment to protect the mental and emotional health of our students in addition to their physical safety. In partnership, Melinda Ellian. From Jeff Dreher, Boost Program. Dear board members, I am writing to provide public comment in advance of the board meeting on 8/5/2020. I understand these are complex times that are far from normal and that there are many difficult considerations that go into providing a quality education for our children in the midst of a pandemic. I strongly disagree, however, with the district providing in-person care as part of the Boost program for $1,280.
Why is this safe in-person option only available at a cost while the majority of the district is left with the lesser option of virtual-only classes? The only free option this fall, virtual schooling, provides far less than what families receive with in-person classes. I understand that classes are virtual for the safety of the students, teachers, and community as a whole. So why is an in-person option for K-5 students provided by the district at all, particularly at an additional cost? This comes across as inconsistent and seems to promote inequality despite the scholarship option. Thank you, John Dreher. From Jennifer Jensen, need in-person school in September. The mission of BSD is to provide courageous support for an equitable and exceptional education for all students. BSD needs to provide various educational opportunities that meet the students' needs, such as in-person, small pods, remote, etc. Segment of our community can safely transition back to in-person while meeting the remote needs of the high risk and protecting the vulnerable. BSD needs to focus on providing every child a high quality and enriching educational experience. If the Boys and Girls Club, Montessori schools, and Pacific Science Center have been safely open for children and staff, it is reasonable to expect the school board to learn and implement these successes. BSD has safely provided childcare since March. Then they should be able to teach as well. Offering Boost as a pay-to-learn scenario using taxpayer-funded facilities whilst neglecting the purpose of these schools. Let's not deny our children essential mental, social, and physical outlets during the most critical times in their development. This will have damaging and detrimental effects for years to come. If you think, quote, grandma killers, quote, is bad for society, quote, child killers, quote, is worse. Keeping kids out of school is putting many kids in a trajectory of depression, drug addiction, anxiety, fear. I believe it's Kongs County impact number are terrible and will trend much worse with school closures. We need options for in-person school for September. We can have public health safety and open responsibly. We can protect the vulnerable. Jennifer Jensen.
Thank you, Jen. And thank you to all the folks who wrote in. Just to clarify on the last message from Jennifer Jensen, the words were childhood killers and not child killers, just to be clear. And I thank all 5 folks for taking time to share their thoughts with the board, and we really appreciate hearing from you. So now we're going to go ahead and move into the first reading, I believe, of the threat assessment. But right before we do that, I did want to clarify a comment that I had made earlier that I said I would follow up in the end, and that's about like large scale, large impact programs and large investments that we make. And I had called out 2 examples. First, the SRO program, and second, the health-based screening program. I do want to just be clear that I think it is very important that we find ways to assess how effective those are in meeting the needs that we hope they're going to meet. And it sounds like we do have some measures in place, but I think it is really important because it is critical that that we make sure that our programs are producing on investments, and also that they aren't doing harm to kids. And there was one thing I wanted to call out as well with respect to, as the SRO work is being done, I want to make sure that the work to bring kids and SROs together and help them build relationships is important, but we also have to take into account the that if there are kids who are telling us that they feel highly uncomfortable or threatened by the presence of an SRO, that we are mindful about how we engage those folks together. And I just wanted to call that out, because I think all of the instruments and procedures and processes we use have impacts to our kids, and I really appreciate how much we attend to them, and just want to call it a couple things. So that's it. And so with that, if there's no other comments that board members didn't get to make or we're ready to, we'll just dive right into the first reading for the school-based threat assessment from the SIFE committee.
Okay, so 3225 is a new policy that we are required to have implemented by the start of the school year. And I don't believe there's any kind of waivers for the fact that we're going virtual. This is, the changes you see here are, I believe, and Francine, please correct me if I am misstating things, are changes from the WASDA model policy, since this is new to our district. We haven't changed much. It is basically a process for handling and determining whether a supposed threat actually amounts to a threat, and then the process for handling it. This is not the same thing as an immediate danger that would require calling 911. This is a policy around analyzing whether something amounts to a threat, and then the process is followed. And there is a procedure that accompanies this, which I do not see in board docs, but hopefully we can get it in there so people can look it over. We had a couple of conversations in consultation with Doug James about the way that this is worded. We've changed a few things to include potential harm to self, others, or school property, and what amounts to a threat and would rise to the level of threat assessment. There's a organization around the structure of a threat assessment team, which would include not only the people listed here, well, it does include the people listed here, but it is clear that these would include people that know these students as individuals, whether that would be a counselor, a teacher, a family engagement person that has like some kind of actual knowledge of the student, knowledge and intimacy with the student. Let's see. We struck language around school resource officer around the, we didn't feel that kind of clarification was necessary to include after law enforcement, especially in light of the ongoing evaluation of that program. What else? If you could scroll down to the second level, or the second page. And my computer is much slower than your changes, so sometimes I'm a little bit delayed, sorry. Yeah, so most of this is around the, follows the model, WASDA model policy pretty closely. We've modified it a little bit to around the way we actually, our district actually manages these, including working in concert with the building administrator, the executive director of schools. And yes, okay. Francine, is there anything you want to add? Or specifically?
I'm happy to take questions and then we can just clarify from there.
Okay.
So this is a brand new policy then, and all the edits are just to the WASDA model policy, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
We are required, there was a law passed last year that requires certain policies to be in place, and this is one that we do not have, so we needed to add it in. We currently have this pretty much, it already occurs in the schools, and a lot of the, you'll see the threat management team, so that it already exists under our security and safety office led by Doug James, but this basically codifies it. And so he helped to make sure that it was in line with what we were doing. And we had a lot of discussions about best practices and who was on the threat assessment team, the differences between the team that does the evaluation and then the team that actually then takes action. So that the team that takes action are the ones that have training in that area specifically, but we want to make sure that the threat assessment team includes people who have knowledge of the student and are able to provide that context.
Thanks for that. So Francine, you said something I just want to clarify, and then we'll take other questions. The clarification that I wanted was, you talked about existing practices, and I just wanted to know if this policy was going to change any of our practices, because we have engaged in multiple risk assessments in the past, and I think in general I've seen us have reasonable results that take care of all kids involved the best we can, and try to do so in a timely fashion and keep communication. So does this change anything for us?
I think it spells it out really clearly so that it enables everyone to know what the process is. And I think always having that transparency is important. But in our review, it did not seem that there were specific problems with the existing way that things were handled. So we didn't make changes per se to the current way things are handled. We just are, it's partly compliance and then of course the transparency.
Thank you.
One of the things that was added was the concept of harm to property. You know, the example that Doug James gave was the, you know, potential to like set fire to an empty school building at night or whatever when nobody is there. We had a lot of discussion around what property means, because technically the laptops are school property, and you know, you wouldn't initiate a threat assessment over somebody smashing their laptop. So we added the word, changed it to school property, and it's sort of codified in the, if I'm remembering correctly, it's codified in the procedure around what that specifically means.
Okay, board, do you have questions? I have 4 particular comment questions on this that are very short, but anyone not on the committee, Carolyn or Seema, questions or comments? Okay, Seema does not have questions, Carolyn?
I just had a sort of a technical question, and it's in the old language, not the changed language, but somewhere under function of threat assessment team, and then, oh, I guess it's not old language, it's WASDA language. They talk about, is it the second bullet point or something? The threat assessment team may request and obtain records in the district's possession, including student education, health, and criminal history record information. So I'm not sure if I'm remembering correctly, but when we were doing some other policy work, I thought I was once informed that the district doesn't have criminal history records. So I'm wondering if we do or if we don't, and if we don't.
So so we did discuss this, and this came under the law enforcement piece because we wanted to have a good understanding of when law enforcement was involved, when that was a school resource officer, when that might be someone else in law enforcement, and to that end. So basically law enforcement is involved when there's a weapons component to the threat. It has been the school resource officer who is able to pull the information about the any previous like criminal activity that might have been in a student's record, and is able to do that. But we didn't, we took out school resource officer because it did not seem that it was necessary that it had to be an SRO to be able to get that information. But that's the way it had been done traditionally. So Christine, to your point, that is one change that we did make from current standard practice. It doesn't mean that it couldn't continue to be that way, but we also left it open that that information could be potentially obtained in a different way. And it also, again, law enforcement is one of those that is possible to be on the team, but is not necessary. And it tends to be just for certain types of threats.
All right, thank you. Carolyn, did that answer your question?
Okay, so we'd be getting the information from the police department, basically, because we don't really have that on file.
That's right, and the other thing to be aware of is that our district does cover several police district jurisdictions, and so that's also why it doesn't say like BPD, right? Because we also work with Medina and Clyde Hill.
Okay.
All right. I'm going to throw out my questions, and I'm going to go really quick because there are 3 of them that are tiny and 2 that get bigger. The tiny ones are, one, there's maybe a typo somewhere there with the word needs instead of need, somewhere at the bottom of the first page, but you can find that later. Second is I just wondering what practicing educational staff member means, and I don't remember ever using that in other language, and it almost implies that special education teachers are not practicing educational staff members, and that's just bizarre.
So we'll look for the needs thing, and yes, we did look at that list, and it's not there's a consulting term for it, but it is not a mutually exclusive list, and so we also were determining whether we needed to put in other specific types of educators or staff members, like family engagement or equity specialist or other types that are in there. Those were the ones that were provided by WASDA. For now, we left them, but we would be open to changing those if the board felt that either a different level of specificity was preferred or a broader category.
My fear is not so much about the policy, it's really about the implications. And so I would be inclined to change it to other practicing educational staff, other relevant practicing educational staff member. I'm not sure why that's needed with other district or school staff, but either way, I don't want to imply that our counselors or our special education teachers are not practicing educational staff members, because they are. So that's just,
I think it was supposed to mean that last one is supposed to mean teacher, like the student's actual teacher, but we are definitely open to just adding that in.
Yeah, I would fix that because a special education teacher is a teacher too. So, all right, I've said that piece. The third thing I want to call out is in the right above the heading on the first page, structure of threat assessment teams, the last sentence of the added paragraph, the results of the threat assessment help guide to include blah, blah, blah. That is not an enforceable policy statement. That's as posed, it's a sort of theoretical statement about what results can do. And if you want it to be a policy statement, I think that it doesn't set clear expectations as written.
So just to clarify, the last sentence above the structure of the threat assessment teams, is that right? Yeah. The results of the okay, just want to make sure I have the right one. Okay, we'll look at that.
Yeah, and then the other 2 questions I had are, one of the things that we are struggling with as a district to really get right at a board level, at a district level, is appropriate community and engagement. And part of that process is communications. And one of the things I think we've done pretty well about threat assessments is that we have communicated to families and students so that they feel safe and feel part of the process. It is my expectation that that is part of the strategy and part of the expectation from a policy level of what a good threat assessment includes is appropriate closing of the loop on communication where it should be closed. So I would like to see that in the policy.
Include a section about communication.
Yeah, even if it's just a sentence or 2, like there's got to be something that sets a clear expectation. If we're going to bother to document what this process is all about, one of the things we already do well about the process, at least to some extent, is communicate, and I'd like to capture that in policy, not in great detail and prescriptively, but in the expectations for what kind of communications outcomes we have.
So Christine, just to clarify then, so are we want to make that explicit? So we want to close the loop with the reporter of the threat, and then with everyone who participated in the assessment? Would those be the groups? Am I missing?
The other group that sometimes is applicable and sometimes is not is the broader community, because rumors start. You know, a threat assessment is often triggered by a rumor that someone brings forth to staff.
Okay.
So and now there's a rampant rumor in our community, and we need to give people information so that they are not afraid and so that they're not spreading misinformation about the school, about students, about teachers.
Okay, and then the reason, and then the one that I want to clarify is that the student that's being the subject of the threat assessment may or may not know that they're being investigated. So are you feeling that there's a duty to report in that case, or?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure there is. I think I'm asking you guys to just give the communications practices some thought, and to also acknowledge that our communications processes around threats have improved over the years. So we might also be able to tap the operations group and the safety folks for some of best practices that they're already using. And we might just want to use those to help set the parameters here and make sure that if we have a staff turnover, we don't lose that part of our follow through. And not to the operational level, just to the clear expectations and policy that we expect the community. And Francine, I don't know the answer to your question.
I just wanted to know if you had a strong feeling, or if the other board members did have a strong feeling about that, to let us know. Otherwise, we'll just look into it and then present back to you what we determine our best practices.
And my final question about threat assessment is that it is a place that can be an equity problem in terms of who feels threatened by whom and who gets reported more often than not. I don't know from the data in our district whether or not that has been an issue for us, but I want to make sure that there are clear guidelines. And so I'm wondering, were you guys planning to do the critical criteria review at the second review, or did you already do that? I might have missed it if it was included, and I want to understand how we're making sure that this process isn't misapplied. Sometimes we have the best of intentions. I know that there is a particular social emotional learning instrument that has great intentions, but I think has potential to do damage. So I don't want to use a process that also does damage.
You did not have it. We did do a cursory critical criteria review, and that was something that came up. Not just students of special needs, students of that are Black, that are Hispanic. This was something that did come up. We do track the data, according to Doug, on who has threat assessments done by race. I have not seen that data, so I don't know the answer. But
okay. So I would like to know with confidence that we've done the right level of critical criteria review of this policy, and that we've shored it up for those places to make sure that we don't unintentionally do any harm.
Okay.
Christine, so it may be more that we ask for the tracking of data and re-review that. Is maybe where we're at. If we can
I trust the committee to do the right level of work. I just didn't see anything discussed about equity and critical criteria and not doing harm while we try to do good. And I just wanted to make sure you guys got to it. That's it.
Yeah, so we're doing the critical criteria reviews. They're not posted along with that. And in general, we have not been making with the policies, and the WASDA policies don't always have that. Our policies indicate that we don't necessarily make those big statements up front, but we could, if that's what the rest of the board would like to see, or alternatively, we could do like we're doing in some other policies, which is reference the equity policy.
All right, thank you for that. Are there other questions from Seema or Carolyn on this policy? I think I cut off their questioning without realizing.
You didn't. That was good. I wanted to ask about the critical criteria review, so you did.
All right. Thank you guys for getting this together in short order and making sure it was ready, and for knowing what we needed to do. We'll assume that comes back in the next August meeting since it has to be ready for school. Is that the plan?
Yes.
Great. Board members, we have about 15 minutes max left in our planned meeting time. And we still have a little bit of board business to go through. And so do you want to do this 3210 non-discrimination? It's extremely important, but it's a hefty piece. can the committee or the rest of the board make a recommendation?
Are you just asking what we'd like to do in the remaining time?
Yeah.
Well, I would like to pass the non-discrimination policy, or if we're not passing it, to know how we can get it in ready so that we can. I think it's just a really important piece to have solidified for our community.
Okay, I can limit the stuff that we do under board business to a very small amount of time. It won't be 0, but it'll be small. So I think we can fit it in if folks are willing to cut off discussion for section 8 and probably section 9. Is that okay?
It's hard because I have to keep flipping to see what we're talking about. Section 8. Yeah, I had some things I wanted to say about the board budget, but I don't know that we have time for it.
Well, that's pretty important. So why don't we make time? So let's go, and what we'll do then, if no other board member has jumped in, so I think what we'll do is we'll go, if folks are okay with this, I propose 3210, questions about the budget, and then a quick stop on any other critical items under board business that need a sentence or something. Okay?
Sounds good.
All right, let's do that then. Who's got 3210? Who's walking us through?
All right, so 3210, non-discrimination. We had our first reading. There were just a couple of comments that came through. They were asking us to clarify the timeline for actions, for example, for reporting, clarify the training and frequency of training, and then there was some minor grammatical edits that we made. So we clarified so most of for those 2 parts, clarifying the timeline for actions and then the training and frequency, will be outlined in the procedures. The district does not have those quite ready yet. They will be ready soon. So if the board feels like we need to see those first, then we would have to wait. But they will be clarified in there. And what we did do in the policy was to indicate that, yes, there's a timeline and that that process and timeline needs to be followed. We clarified where or to whom the reporting should occur, so to administrator or the civil rights compliance officer. And then in terms of the training and frequency of training, that is annually. And then we made it at minimum annually, so that it's clear that that could happen more often, and as well as to other groups than those that are listed. So for example, if at some point we wanted to, the district had, say our bus drivers also doing this, even though they're not specifically listed, certainly that could occur. So that's how we addressed the items that came up. And then just to reiterate, the reason we brought this policy forward, it's an important policy. There are, it provides important protections, but it is very specific, this particular non-discrimination policy, in terms of its legal definition of discriminatory harassment. And we wanted to make sure that when people feel that there is discrimination going on and they look to this policy, that they see that there are other areas for which they can have recourse. So that would include our sexual harassment policy, and then also the work that we did this year on 3241, which has outlined areas for misconduct. So including physical aggression, fighting, threats, vandalism, taunting, abusive language, and slurs is the new one that's added. And just even as we are in an online and in a remote environment, these things can still occur. And we want to just make it very clear that there is recourse for all students to make sure that they feel safe and are heard, and their concerns are addressed.
Thank you. That is a great summary, and I appreciated the memo that had the changes made for based on the comments from last reading. Board members, questions and comments. Seema, anything on this?
No.
Okay. And this was work that you did with Carolyn, or was this Seif? This was Seif.
This is Seif. This is Erica.
So Erica. Okay, so Carolyn, any questions?
No.
Okay. I would like to commend the committee and Francine for really driving this. It is something that has been surfaced in many of our discussions with students, that there is no recourse and there is no path for addressing things like slurs and their exposure to them, which is often repeated but not necessarily instigated by the same person. And so having a place where we actually call it out as a behavior that we don't tolerate and having a process for people to address that is important and worthy. Francine, can you confirm two things? One, did this get a critical criteria review? And two, did you get any feedback, since this was really prompted by feedback we got from kids, did you get any feedback from kids to say, yeah, this kind of meets the thing, or were there other people who you got feedback from to verify?
Right, so we did a critical criteria review, but again, this particular policy actually does not, would not usually address those types of things like the slurs. So we did do that back in 3241, where although in the policy there isn't room for that, we did work extensively with the administration, with the district, to make sure that it was in procedures and it was under misconduct. And so we did that work at that time to really address the concerns that students had and trying to figure out where to put it in, how to address it. And then the slurs is the addition, and it's multifaceted, right? So there's fortunately a variety of things that students and teachers and anyone in our buildings, whether it's during school hours or after school hours, can call each other or do things that are discriminatory in nature that did not have a clear path to being addressed. But the reason we wanted to also do this policy was that because 3241, it talks about kind of classroom management and student behaviors, and it's not necessarily, if you get to the point where you're even looking at policies that you would think to look in that policy, you would look in the one that says discrimination or non-discrimination and then follow this. And then what I've seen in my time on the board is that people try to use this policy and then they don't get the recourse they need because the bar is very high. So what's happening to them does not meet the legal definition of discriminatory harassment, and then they don't get the recourse they needed. So we wanted this policy to say, this is something that you can use, but there are these other things as well. And so it's not only for our community, but then it's also for the administrators and staff in our district to also understand, and in the training as they review these types of policies, to really highlight procedure 3241 and the areas of misconduct. So so yes to your questions, but that's also why this policy is important, and the additions, which are no longer highlighted because those are the ones we put in first reading. We really only highlighted the changes we made since first reading, but kind of those last couple of sentences in the first paragraph are new to the policy.
Thank you for clarifying. I am sorry that I put the slurs in the wrong space, but it's the addition in this policy of the language of harassment as opposed to, of discrimination versus discriminatory harassment, right? That's one of the key pieces. Okay, so thank you for answering that. If there are any other board questions, do you want to make a motion for this then?
Yeah, so we motion that 3241 as revised is adopted by the board.
I'll second.
All right. Anyone opposed to the adoption of this policy as amended and presented tonight? Anyone opposed to this policy as amended and presented? Okay, this passes. Thanks, guys. This is important, and I just echo Francine's sentiment that, especially with remote learning and so forth, having these policies in clear shape is really important. And I hope that our district is also taking a look at the procedures that go with all of our harassment, intimidation, bullying, etc. Pieces, and making sure that with our online interactions that everything still is covered, and that we're going to take the best care of our kids and teachers and so forth that we can.
Yeah, so thank you, everyone. I just want to echo that as well. And this is kind of putting our equity and accountability policy into action by making sure that we are looking at all of our other policies and really infusing those ideas and making them actionable for our students. Thank you.
President Chu, may I just add one thing pertinent to what you just said?
Please.
Yeah, so with respect to those other policies you referenced, ones that require investigations, we are working with the 3 compliance officers to streamline those, and we're getting some assistance from outside counsel. And we're actually going to be doing a training following Leadership Institute with our principals on August 17th, I believe.
That is awesome.
Thanks, John.
And I'll just throw back at you. It'd be nice to see that in the annual plan so that we can see if it has the effect that we want it to.
That's great. And then, so I think since we were talking about 3241, I may have misspoke in the motion. It should have been 3210. I said the correct title, but I might have said the wrong number. So we passed 3210.
Thank you. Excellent. All right. We've got about 5 more minutes allocated. We can go over a minute or two if the board wants to, but let's go ahead and jump down to the budget.
Yes. So yeah, I wanted to talk us through the budget a little bit with the goal of explaining some of those high-level numbers and relating it back to the F195 for last year, which shows last year's figures on this. And also I had a question or two for the staff on where these things don't line up, but I think that this one is just trying to show us kind of like the discretionary spending that we have, whereas the figures that are on the 195 show the total that are charged to the board. But I think it's good for us to know, because our community could look at the F195 and ask us some questions that we right now might not be able to answer. So I'm going to try to be as quick as possible. But if you look at that very first thing at the top there, it talks about district program budget code board, and in there you can see that we fall under program 97, district-wide support. That's when you parse that code there. You see a little 97, like a 100097, that tells you. And then activity number 11, board of directors. And so then we have these different categories that we can charge in, and we don't use all of the available categories, but that first thing, the debit transfer, and it kind of tells you that's things we're getting from nutrition services, so they're just coming from one part of the district to another. Then there are other categories for certificated salaries and things that we don't have attributed to us. We have, what's not showing on here is that we have a classified salary and employee benefits that are attributed to the board budget, and that shows in the 195. So I have the figures from last year's on the 195, and you can see that if you had those figures, which you don't, so you'll just have to trust me, that they're on the debit transfer, that first category. We used to have 1,500 allocated to that. Now we have 1,000. I think we're all going on austerity, you know, because
actually, Carolyn, let me clarify for you. So the board made a determination that we would, that when I worked on this budget with Jen to bring before you, we cut 7% of our budget, just like almost every other department did.
Yeah, great. So that's great. So we're down, and you know, maybe we don't even need that. So I'm not really, my purpose right now is to not talk through like what the elements are per se, but you know, I could see how we probably don't need, probably won't spend it, because if we don't have in-person meetings, and that's good. Then we have supplies and materials that are going to remain the same at 2,000 from last year. And then we have a category number 7, so you can see it there, it's 0.0700 contracted services, and we show 49,000 there. But on the F195, it falls under a thing called purchase services, and there are 805,000 attributed to the board for that. And so my question to staff is 805,000 last year's figure, and we know that 49,000 are listed here. So what is the rest? The big bulk of that's attributed to the board budget?
I think that part of our budget is mixed in with the superintendent's budget, and I think that's part of the issue. Melissa, can you, wait, let's get staff to answer your question. Melissa,
yeah,
do you have
I can't answer that off the top of my head, but I can definitely find out for you.
So I'm just wondering about that, because if a member of the community looked at that and it shows that the board in total is responsible for $975,856 last year, and I just feel.
Can I just interrupt for a minute? The money that you see in front of you is the money that is used for discretionary spending by the board.
Right.
None of this money is the board is not responsible for any of this money. The superintendent is responsible for this money.
All right.
So any additional money that you see under 100097-11 is actually the superintendent is actually responsible, and it sits in his budget. The board's budget, the money that you see there, is nested within the superintendent's wider superintendent budget. So maybe that answers those questions.
No,
in fact, most of the numbers other than my own salary that you've mentioned are not numbers that I, like as the administrator for the board, monitor. That would be monitored by the superintendent.
Right. So this is all public knowledge because it's in the F-195. And so I just want to know what else is in under Activity 11, Board of Director, which is rolled into Program 97, District-Wide Support. What makes that one figure so big? Because it is under our line that says Board of Directors. And then we show that travel, we're projecting it to have that cut down, which makes a total sense. And then, and so that's basically what I got out of that. But I was just thinking it would be sort of interesting to share that with the board. This year's figures, compare them to last year, would have been, good to have a little column there so they could.
And you know what? I actually have that, and I can share that with you if you want. I can't share those wider picture.
But Jen, could you actually post that? Because that's a great
I meant
question,
to, and it fell off the document.
Yeah.
So I'm sorry.
I just wanted to relate this up to my project of starting with this budget, having the board be able to interpret the 195, the F-195.
Right.
And so then the big question I came up to was what else was included in that one thing, which is 07.
Yeah, so those are generally, it could be anything from insurance to consulting fees to, there's a lot of stuff that falls under that category, but I will, we can drill down in it in IFAS and I can tell you exactly what is in there. I just don't know all the detail off the top of my head.
Okay. I think the request here is to get an answer to Carolyn's question and then to also look at the roll-up report where she observed that inconsistency and make sure that we don't need to change the label because we don't want to have our board runs on a shoestring.
Yeah.
Like we don't spend money and the only place we've been substantially investing in money is board development so that we can be more productive and more effective. We have a very minimal allowance for travel and that allows us to attend the WASDA conference once a year and occasionally it allows somebody to go attend another training. And then we have kept our budget in order to make sure that we can do our equity training each year and make sure that we have board development dollars, and that's pretty much it. So it'd be great to make sure that we're not giving a misimpression that we're spending $900,000 of the district's money.
Yes, that was my concern. So thank you for clarifying that.
And then the other big portion of our budget does go to WASDA dues, so our state association. And I will say that when I first saw that, I thought it was quite high. It's pretty much required that we do it, but during this COVID crisis, we have been getting tremendous amount of support, resources, and information from them, and it's been very helpful for our district. So
that was the type of thing I would put in an annotated guide to how to read, for board members, how to read the budget or for people, because that is, pretty much state law that we have to pay that, and WASDA itself votes on what it should be, for districts our size. So it seems like a lot of money, but it's not something we could trim, really, as far as I understand.
Yep. Okay. Thank you. Thanks, guys, for clarifying. And Carolyn, thank you for the thoughtful walk. I think in addition to clarifying some things for each of us and so forth, I think it's really good that our community recognizes that we have people who dig in on all different aspects of the work that we do and that we take our oversight work very seriously, and I really appreciate the work that you and Francine are putting into the budget committee to getting that sorted out. Is it you and Francine, or is that correct?
Yeah. Well, we're putting ops together.
Yes. Yep. All right. So,
and my question is it fine for Melissa to share that information through a board update to the board?
Yes, that's fine.
Okay.
And it hopefully, if we need to resolve anything for the budget that gets presented to us, the line item gets relabeled if it needs to be. All right, so the thing that was coupled with this budget was that I wanted to check back in with everybody about the plan for the August workshop. And Francine and I worked with Ivan and Eileen and Tom to put together a plan for our August training. And right now, the current plan for that, which will happen 2 days before our next board meeting, is that part one. Jen, I think there was a document we were going to post with this information in it, that updated board development plan. So if you can throw that up online at some point, that's fine, but I'll just walk people quickly through it. Part one is a planning, reporting, and monitoring. So establishing some shared expectations and understanding around how that work will drive. And we're going to do that in conjunction with the leadership team, the superintendent and his leadership team, so that we are setting shared expectations and shared goals about and making sure that our updated policies around reporting, monitoring, and planning actually reflect the expectations and that align with the work that needs to be done and aren't an exercise in and of themselves. So the GoalCom will get you a copy of policies 0150 and 0300, and this will be our first reading for those policies, and it will be a work session with our staff. The second part of that workshop will be board superintendent roles, responsibilities, communication, and accountability, part 2. And we're going to identify some shared assumptions about those roles, and particularly with respect to the scenarios we talked about, and identify pain points and a path to address those points of conflict. We will anchor those around the scenarios and some potential draft policy guidelines, really components that would be folded in. So that's what we came up with for the updated workshop. Any comments or concerns? I hope that's consistent with people's expectations. Okay, we are not asking everyone to pass a new board development plan for this year, because we still have Tom's contract, which will take us through one more training, which he's agreed to do in October. So the budget reflects our ability to pay for that. And then after that training, we can do an updated board development plan that will cover our equity work and our additional board development work for the year. Any questions or concerns or inputs? Okay. If it's okay, Jen, is there anything you need input on from the greater board about the agenda?
No.
Thank you.
There's no.
Okay. Then please check out the school visit dates for the next school year. These are still a little bit in draft version. We're going through a complete review to make sure that the executive directors and Eva and her team are able to confirm that this plan works, and Francine's put a ton of work into it. We will include these in the consent agenda for next meeting, and if people want to pull it out and talk about them, we can, but please take a look before then. Finally, are there any critical comments and updates that are not included, that haven't been sent in writing? I know I didn't send mine in. Thank you, Carolyn, for taking time to do that. Superintendent updates, anything that we need to call out right now?
Yeah, I'll just quickly do a couple of ones, and I'll do a couple over board update. But just tomorrow we are launching Leadership Institute. So it's our annual time to bring all of our leaders together. So we have over 200 of our leaders coming together remotely. So we will be utilizing the technology and doing the best we can do there. I think that it's a good opportunity for us to be able to have everybody together. The theme is Leading for a New Tomorrow. So that kicks off tomorrow. I believe everybody should have received an invitation. You're welcome to pop in and join us to hear some of the pieces that we're going to be doing in that area. And then just as a reminder, we are doing superintendent and other district leaders. We'll be hosting an online forum tomorrow from 4 to 5 for families to hear answers about our fall start. We received quite a few questions, so we prioritize them based on them coming in, and we'll be sharing more information, with our community tomorrow, along with the FAQ that will follow. We will have a weekly message to our families on Monday, August 10th. And then I think the other thing that's important is that in the last 24 hours and working with the PSESD superintendents, we have put together a couple different letters, one to the governor and to legislators, addressing the issues around transportation and the funding and the decrease of funding that's already been proposed, and just really asking for, the governor and legislators to reconsider that, knowing that, we need to be able to have our, transportation, drivers and workers ready to go when we are, moving back into, face-to-face.
Sneak out, everyone.
Oops,
Oh, you already
sorry
did.
about that. Oh, so you're on, not on mute.
Oh, sorry.
It's okay. And so we send a letter off to the governor and to legislators, and then we will be also doing a op-ed piece that will go to Seattle Times and to the Tacoma Times respectively. So that will be coming out. So I will send that to you so you can just see it when I get the final version of it. That's all I have. So thank you.
All right, board members, our advocacy work continues. Seema and I, with Eileen and Melissa and Ivan, all met with our legislators a week ago to keep them on the same page, and we're trying to do that monthly. And Francine and I have another meeting with the area school district directors this Friday. And next Friday, we're hoping to bring public health back to our area school district meeting and bring our superintendents or someone from staff with us to talk through what we most need support from and how we can collaborate. And that will probably at this point be around rapid turnaround testing and support, real-time support, but we'll see and we'll keep you posted. Any other board director updates that are important for this time? Okay, so it is 7:40. We're going to go and take a break from the board meeting, and then we're going to go into an executive session. And then I will come back to this meeting and adjourn us. We will be back here by 8:20, or I will send message to Jen that we will take longer. So the plan is to be back and finished with our meeting at 8:20. And again, there is no plan to take additional action, board action, or have additional board work done in this session. So you are welcome to wait, but you will just see me come back and close. So please take a break and meet us back in appropriate sessions.
Just making a note here for the record, the board is going to executive session for the purpose to evaluate a qualification of an applicant for, for public employment or to review the performance of a staff member. However, discussion of salaries, wages, and other conditions of employment to be generally applied within the district will occur in a meeting open to the public, and when the board elects to take the final action of hiring, setting the salary of an individual staff member or class of staff members, or discharging or disciplining an employee, that action will be taken in a meeting open to the public.
The board will take another 25 minutes and expects to be finished by at approximately 8:45. The board requires an additional 15 minutes and expects to be completed with executive session by 9. Board directors require an additional 10 minutes. They approximate they will be finished by 9:10 p.m. They require additional time that will be announced. The board will be in executive session until at least 9:20. This is an amendment to the recent announcement. If they require additional time, they will request it at 9:20. The board requires an additional few minutes. They expect to end at 9:30. The time is 9:32. The board requires an additional 10 minutes. The board has asked for an additional 5 minutes. It is now 9:55 p.m.
Many, many, many thanks to Jen and Mike for holding out this enormous amount of time and waiting for the board. To anyone who stayed on with us, thank you for being here. I hope you all have a good night. We are adjourned and there is no further business to conduct. Again, thank you, Jen and Mike. I'm sorry.